the team, Department of Home Affairs members, and good morning, officials of Home Affairs, and the team, Department of Home Affairs, and officials of Home Affairs, and all officials of the Portfolio Committee. We are going to focus on the 3 items that have been itemized as per the program or the agenda of today's meeting. And also we're fully aware that the other members will be joining other debates at around 10 or after that. We'll make sure that at least we run up to 11:30 or so on the issues that we'll be interacting with in the report. We're also observing the current challenges in relation to the migration issues throughout the country. We are firmly agreeing in terms of the issues that the security cluster have articulated to interface with all the stakeholders and also exert law enforcement agency where criminality occurs. And all the issues that have been raised by the stakeholders, recall members that the then Minister of Home Affairs convened stakeholder session to reflect on the subject matter that is currently facing South Africans. We associate with the concerns around the subject matters in relation to the issues that have been brought before the committee. And the Portfolio Committee did interface with the stakeholder concerned earlier this year, and the position of Parliament in terms of the processing of the legislation within the framework of the law still stands, and the interface that we engage with. We're also observing the continuous interception of the en route buses or transportation that are from other countries coming into our country, which are not eligible to be on our roads, including carrying undocumented nationals. And the concerns that we have raised is in relation to the processing of this transportation at the borderline, particularly at Beitbridge. And we assume that it may be other ports of entry that this matter is being occasioned. We have, as the committee, in our last meeting, when we were receiving the report on the SIU, we took a decision that we must interface with the cross-border road agency and the Border Management Authority, which the meeting has been scheduled on the 2nd of June. And also the DDG Mwezi on a counter-corruption unit. There's an issue of TRT which they've raised, and have taken a decision that will interface with when we meet with these 3 stakeholders. The concerning in terms of security measures around our country and within our jurisdiction. So we'll take forward those issues when we interface with the 2 agencies. Mr. Matonsi, without waste of time, let me invite you to run on item number 2.
Yes, Chairperson, good morning, Chair, and good morning, members. From my side, is the last-standing apology from Ms. Mohammed, and also that the Minister of Home Affairs will be joining our meeting at from 10:45. He's being at the Cabinet Committee meeting. That's all from my side, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Matonsi. Any apologies, members? Noted. All apologies have been carried. Can I now invite the Deputy Minister to introduce the 2 reports? Will allow the briefing on the 4th quarterly performance and expenditure report, and invite also the briefing on the Asylum seekers backlog, Then we'll invite members to comment on the two reports. Then we invite Ms. Boshoff to deal with the item update on the study tour. Then we'll consider minutes and then we'll close the meeting. Can I invite Deputy Minister?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to you and good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee. With me, Chair, I have DG Tommy Makode. I also have Mr. Mavuso, who's the DDG responsible for operations, as well as Mr. Thomas Sigama, as well as the CFO, who should also be in the meeting. I just have not seen her, as well as Mr. Yusuf Simons, whom we have also kept in to help us with some of the migration issues. I do not really intend to waste a lot of time, Chair, introducing the matter because of the time constraints that you have also alluded to. I will just request that DG leads the team in making the two presentations. One is the presentation for the fourth quarter for the previous financial year, where we are highlighting our achievements as well as areas where we will not have achieved, as well as the progress we are making with regards to the asylum seeker and the refugee protection backlog. So I will just hand over to the team, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DM. DG.
Morning, Chair, and morning to all the honorable members. Morning to the Deputy Minister. If I can just grab the video for better connectivity through you, Chairperson. So maybe before I take you through the presentation, if we can have it on a slide mode, just to indicate, Chair, in your introductory remarks, you referred to the TRN, which is the traffic register number, an initiative of the Department of Transport. You will recall that in our last presentation to the Portfolio Committee, DDG Moyetsa did indicate that this matter has now been transferred formally to the Department of Transport, and the Department of Transport has now written to the SIU seeking a proclamation. I think they do have a proclamation with regards to that matter. So I'll recommend that perhaps maybe you might want to, we can come, we don't have an issue, but it will be better if it's the Department of Transport presenting together with the SIU on the traffic register number, given the fact that it's the matter that we have investigated, we have made recommendations, and it's now with them. That will be my recommendation on that one. Just to indicate that the acting CIO, Mr. Dion Dupree, is also with us. So, Chairperson, we're presenting on the quarter 4 APP performance. If we can go to the next slide, which is really the outline of the presentation, we will focus on that purpose that I've just outlined, and then the strategic overview, the outcomes, Chair, and then how we've performed over the last the 4 quarters of this financial year, and then reporting on the targets, and then the budget expenditure, where we are, and the payment of invoices within 30 days. We've also included, Chair, you will recall that this committee indicated to us that given the qualified audit, we now need to be presenting on the audit action plan. So we're monitoring this work, and then we'll have some recommendations. So on slide number 3, it's just to present to the Portfolio Committee on the quarter 4 and budget, including the expenditure with regards to the Department of Home Affairs. The next slide, slide number 4 and slide number 5, reiterate our vision, our mission, and value statements. I'm not going to reiterate. Similarly with slide number 5, which speaks to the DHA mandate, which this committee is familiar with, so I'm not going to reiterate on that. And then on slide number 6, really the work that we do is identified in the following outcomes for the next 5 years. The first one, it's really the issue that you've raised. How do we ensure that we secure the management of international migration so that we put our interest first, including serving the commitments that we have at a global level. And the second one is the management of citizenship and civil registration so that we're able to fulfill the constitutional and international obligations, particularly those that are related to SDG number 16. And then the third one speaks to how do we ensure that we have an efficient asylum seeker and refugee system that complies with our domestic and international obligations. And I think the next presentation, which Advocate Rapesu will lead, will then speak to the backlog and some of the challenges they continue to encounter. And then, of course, the fourth area is really how do we ensure that we have a population register that empowers citizens, but including enabling inclusivity, economic development, and national security. And the last one is really our contribution in building a capable and developmental state that looks at priorities of government, including the promotion of the rights of women, the youth, and persons with disabilities as we pursue digital transformation of the state. Slide number 7 then gives an overview, Chair, of how we have performed during the period under review. You will note that for administration, we had 22 targets. We're able to achieve 14, translating to 64%, 8 targets translating to 36% not achieved. We'll detail the reasons. And then citizen affairs at 5 planned targets. All of them were achieved, sitting at 100%. And then immigration affairs had 13 targets, and then 7 of those were achieved, 54%, and 46, 6, which means were not achieved. So combined, you'll see the graphic illustration on your left indicates the color code green, 65%, and then 35% in red. Those are the targets that were not achieved, and we'll go in some detail in terms of why some of them were not achieved. So over the last 4 quarters on slide number 8, you'll be able to see on this graphic illustration, for quarter 1, we were sitting at 87%, 13% of targets not achieved. Quarter 2, 78, 22 not achieved. Quarter 3, we took a dip, 63%, 37 not achieved. Quarter 4, where we are, 35% not achieved, 65 achieved in terms of the work that we were doing. So you will note that there was a dip, and then we started picking up again towards the end. Quarter 4 is always the hardest, because you now need in all the quarters concrete evidence that the work that colleagues are referring to has been done. So if we move to the first one, the first one speaks to the 47 health facilities with automated birth functionality. This is an area that's delegated to the DF. We've not been able to achieve this due to the prioritization. We had challenges, as we have said before this committee. The service provider that had been onboarded, we terminated that service provider. We had to reprioritize some of the agent matters emanating from the Concord, which included the reinstatement of citizenship and the facilitation of naturalized citizens. And therefore, this is a matter that now we are not only looking at birth, we're looking at birth, we're looking at death, we're looking at amendments and marriage as part of our automation, so that we're able to ensure that this work forms a critical component of our digital transformation strategy. So that's the work that's at hand with regards to this. This is a target that we continue to pursue. The next one speaks to 10 offices with live capture. That's the annual target. However, for quarter 4, we were supposed to ensure that 5 offices have this live capture functionality for the issuance of smart ID cards and passport. There's one office that was actually modernized earlier in May 2025, which resulted in the target being achieved outside the original planned period. So you'll note that Linesback, that's connected in the Western Cape, Stutterheim in the Eastern Cape connected, Port St. John in the Eastern Cape connected, Mutare in Limpopo, that's connected as well. And then the next one speaks to the work that we currently do with the banks. The annual target is to ensure that we have 100 banks with live capture functionality for smart ID cards and also passports. Now for Q4, we had set out to ensure that 60 of these bank branches have live capture functionality for both the ID cards and passport. We were not able to achieve this target, in particular because of the delinking that needed to happen. However, we were able to roll out the live capture capability for smart ID cards issuance across the 102 bank branches through the partnership that we have with the banking sector. The issue really here around the passport is the API integration that needs to be finalized. We are happy to report
Good morning
that,
all. It's 29 minutes past 9.
example,
We are going to start the proceedings
by the DDG IMS. And then the second part speaks to the ETA solution deployed to the website. For the first part, we were able to achieve that user acceptance was signed off. You will recall that we were able to then utilize the ETA for the G20, some of the delegates from those 4 countries that we previously identified. And then on the solution for the work visa, we've not been able to do this. However, this was as a result of this work, in particular the section for the work visa requiring further design refinements, which we currently are working on, and we are hopeful that within this financial year 26-27, we will then be able to onboard this work visa on the ETA platform incrementally together with the other visas, including the study one. We move to slide number 14 on the foundational public key infrastructure for digital identity configured. For Q4, we should have configured this foundational public key infrastructure. This is work that we currently are doing with the South African Reserve Bank. Unfortunately, we're not able to achieve this work. However, I think we have now made some progress working with the Reserve Bank, working with the Revenue Service. This target is now planned for this financial year. It's quite an important target, which will then leapfrog us in terms of transformation or digital transformation. But fundamentally, it is key for digital identity to ensure inclusion, but also financial inclusion included. So if we move to the next target, the annual target here, it's the rollout of 3 automated corporate services processes. Here, Chairperson and honorable members, we considered 3 services. We're moving away from paper, so we've introduced the e-leave component, where we have introduced the performance management one, and also the invoice tracking. So we've been able to make progress on all of them, which is quite good. Leave is now automated, performance management, and of course, the invoice tracking will ensure that we are able to pay the invoices within the prescribed time. So we're able to achieve the target. The next one, linked to what I referred to earlier on around the API integration, the annual target was that we're supposed to ensure that we have capability developed for method of delivery for both smart ID and passports at preferred places of delivery. This is part of the work that we're doing similarly on the war on tools, so that we're able to provide this service to South Africans from the comfort of their home. For Q4, we had set out to ensure that this capability is developed. However, we're not able to finalize this work. The good news is that we've now leapfrogged. We've now been able to address some of the integration issues. And of course, we have now moved the target to this financial year as well. Now, the next one is the DHA bill that was supposed to be submitted to Cabinet for approval so that we publish for public comments. For Q4, we're supposed to finalize this bill for gazetting. We're not able to achieve this target in particular because of issues that have been raised by the National Treasury and the presidency. Safe to say there's been a number of engagements led by the Chief Director, Legal Services. We've also written letters. They had raised some concerns, which we've now addressed in the letters that we've sent to both the presidency and National Treasury. We are awaiting their feedback. And I think once we get their feedback, we'll then be able to retable the bill before the JCPS ministers, which is where we were requested by the ministers due to the comments that were raised at the JCPS ministers that we needed to address. So we'll then be able to do that. We've also written to CETA on the issues that had been raised with CETA, including a business plan that we were requested to provide, which we have done that business case submitted to CETA. So that's with regards to the DHA bill. This is a bill that we are of the view that will continue with as well. So if we can progress to slide number 17 on the communication front. Annually, we had set out to do 56 media engagements, 6 outreach, 12 campaigns. For Q4, we were able to do 14, 1 outreach and 3 campaigns. All of them, you will note on your right, achieved due to the increased media outreach activities that we embarked on to deal with. If we can then move to the next one on administration, it's the rollout of online birth registration in 9 health facilities. You'll note that for Q4, we're supposed to focus on these 5 health facilities: Life Midmet, Life Cosmos, Mediclinic in Breds, Piet Retief, and Mediclinic in Emelo. We're able to achieve this target. And then for the civics records digitization, the annual target is 25. For Q4, we're supposed to digitize 6.1. We were only able to digitize 5.569897 records. You will recall, Chair and honorable members, that you did visit the facility and there were issues related to labor disputes. And of course, we have achieved that target annually. And the matter is now before arbitration with regards to the labor dispute, and we are attending to that matter. The next target on slide number 19 speaks to digital identity policy approved by Minister. So that's the annual target. For Q4, we were able to achieve that policy was then submitted to cabinet and approved as a framework. And then, of course, the last one is the amended white paper on citizenship, immigration, and refugees. This paper was submitted to cabinet for approval. It was approved and subsequently published. And then the next one speaks to the work that our own HR team has been doing around disengage in society, the GBVF plan for quarter four. We were supposed to implement in line with identified quarterly deliverables. We were able to achieve this target. You will note some of the work that was done in the provinces. Those two cases in the Free State, one related to sexual harassment and the other one related to verbal and physical assault. The disciplinary processes are underway in both matters. And then in quarter two, there were two cases, one in KZN and one in GP. These matters are underway in terms of investigation. The other one related to sexual harassment, and then the other one as well related to sexual harassment. And then we, in addition to this, provide psychosocial support. And also, you will note that for that period, January to March 2026, we had a total of 3,114 employees that benefited from the departmental training. The good news is that 64% were mainly our female colleagues. And then the next one then speaks to 2,500 officials trained on basic literacy. This is work that we're doing to complement the work that we're doing on digital transformation. And I'm happy to report that for quarter four, we're supposed to conduct training for 300 officials, and we have indicated in terms of the levels. For levels 3 to 8, 190 trained. For levels 9 to 12, this is middle management, 100 trained, and then 13 to 15 senior management, 10 trained. For quarter four, that's what we were able to achieve, 480. So we were able to train even more officials, particularly at a lower level, 3 to 8, sitting at 361, and then 102 for levels 9 to 12, and then 17 for 13 to 15. So that's how we're able to perform with regards to that quarter. And then with regards to the work that we do in counter corruption, there was 12 business processes that were supposed to be reviewed at an annual level. For this quarter, we had 3 that we reviewed. One, it was related to admission of persons onto the population register. And the second one, late registration of birth. And then the last one, smart ID applications. And we do this work to make sure that our processes are reviewed with regards to vulnerabilities, to fraud, corruption, and security breaches. So we're able to achieve these targets during the period under review. So this is what we're able to do during this quarter. So the next one then speaks to issues related to fraud and corruptions. 80% of fraud and corruption cases finalized within 90 days. That's the annual target. Quarter four, you'll recall that for all the quarters we're targeting for 80%, we're able to achieve that. 45 cases were finalized. And 41 cases finalized within 90 working days. So that's it at about 91.1%. So that's what we're able to do in that area. And then for the threats and risks conducted in accordance with requirements of the minimum information security standard and the minimum physical security standards, so that we're able to mitigate risks. So for quarter 4, there were 10 TRAs that we were supposed to look at, and we were able to achieve this in the period under review. And then on the vetting files that were referred to SSA, the annual target is 400, and for the quarter under review, we're able to refer 80 files to SSA. 20 of these were top secret files, and then the other ones are for lower level secret, and then 60 for confidential files. So 81 were referred, and you will note that we overachieved in that area as well. And then this one speaks to the work that we're doing to ensure that we support women-owned businesses. We set out a target for 30% of public bids procurements set aside for women. We were able to provide at least 65% to women-owned businesses. I think this is quite remarkable. And then if we move to citizen affairs, we were supposed to ensure that in quarter 4, we register 159,346 pets out of a target of 677,077,000 within 30 calendar days. We were able to overachieve that target, sitting at 174,649,000. And then the annual target for the ID sits at 2.7. For this quarter 4, we were able to achieve 975, just below 1 million, instead of the target of 715. And you are aware, Chair and honorable members, of the work that we are doing, including the deployment of mobile trucks to some of those nations. Thank you. The next one, slide number 25, speaks to 90% of machine readable adult passports issued within 13 working days. You will note that 90% was the target. We were able to overachieve by 6.2%. And then for children, the annual target is 90, and the quota is 90. We were able to achieve that one by 8.7%. And then the e-passport concept, which was supposed to be approved by the DG, that was then approved. So we're able to achieve in that regard. Now, for program 3, immigration services, this is an area where the committee will be aware that we've had a number of challenges in terms of performance and the intervention measures that we've made. So for quarter 4, we're supposed to ensure that we finalize 85% of permanent residence permit outcomes. We're able to overachieve by 1.3%. And then the second one speaks to permanent residence for critical skills. We were not able to achieve this target by around 3.2. So instead of 85%, we were able to achieve 81.84%. And I suppose the issues relating to the backlog, the committee is familiar with, which we're almost done with some of the issues that were related to that. And then, of course, we had issues with regards to the data transfer failures between the service provider and the DHA. I'm glad to report that all those issues have since been resolved. We just had a meeting this morning at 7:30, and the performance with regards to these permits, it's quite pleasing because we've now addressed some of those challenges. Similarly, for 85% permanent residence for business, this was the target for the quarter. We only achieved 60%. which is short of 15%. Again, the issues are related to what I explained earlier on. And then the next one speaks to 95% of critical skills issued within 4 weeks. We were not able to achieve the 95%. We were sitting at 93%. We are now on slide number 29, Muzi. And again, here, we're short of 2% to get to 95%. The issues are the same. We've now resolved those issues that were relating to the data transfer. So we received a population of 28 applications. We're able to finalize 23. However, the others were more than the 5 working days instead of what is prescribed. So that's why we're not able to achieve. On slide number 30, again, it's business visa outcomes. We're supposed to finalize 90% of business visa outcomes in the period under review. We underachieved by 7%, so we're able to achieve 83%. 3 applications, which account for 17%. This would have resulted in us achieving 90%. This could not be finalized because we have to, as part of the recommendations by the SIU, conduct stringent verifications. So the respondents or the applicants did not respond timeously, and therefore were not able to achieve. So our way forward is that we need to ensure that the verification is done within 24 hours. And given the agreements that we have signed with a number of stakeholders, including verification agencies, the next one speaks to general work visa outcomes. We're supposed to achieve 90%. We overachieved by 4% on this target. And then the next one was on critical skills, but with a focus on what is known as the Trusted Employer Scheme. There were 3 applications that were in the population. All these applications were migrated into the system only in January, beyond the 4-week period. So they were finalized after 5 weeks. And we've been very hard to say if it's 5 weeks, it's not what we agreed on. So we've not been able to achieve these applications or this target. So the next ones speak to generally work that was finalized on time. The first one, general work visa outcomes as part of the Trusted Employer Scheme, 100% achievement out of a target of 90. And then the next one for quarter 4 was 85% of visual port of entry outcomes finalized. We were able to overachieve by 4%. And then the next one, 85% of visual port of entry outcomes finalized within 10 days. We're able to overachieve that one again by 16.5%. And then on the immigration law enforcement, the issues that you were raising, Chair, in your introduction, we have increased these law enforcement operations, of course, given the capacity that we have. This is what we've been able to do. For quarter 4, we had committed to conduct 1,171. We're able to overachieve by conducting 2,152. And these are the targets per month, 717 in January, in February, 801. And then in March, at the end of the financial year, 634. Of course, we need to do much more. And given the limited capacity, the agreement at the JCPS ministers meeting yesterday is that we need to work with other law enforcement authorities to complement the capacity that we currently do not have. The next one speaks to 90% of new Asylum applications at the level of the Refugee Status Determination Officer. This will be at the office of where we have these refugee reception offices. We were not able to achieve the entire complement. However, we're able to achieve 70%. And again, we had issues with regards to challenges that the CIO is here to explain around the data loss, which we have now worked on, particularly the backup that was required. And then the next one, for quarter four, we had set out to conduct 10,000 deportations. We were able to do 13,226. Of course, direct deportations amounted to a bigger number, which is 13,112. And then self-deportation, this is where, Chair, someone says, I'll be able to afford to buy my own ticket to be deported. We then complete the paperwork and ensure that the person goes back to their country of origin. So that's where I will pause, Chair, and invite the CFO to speak to how we've been able to spend on the budget that was allocated of 15 billion, which included, of course, issues related to self-financing. Through you, Chairperson, if I can invite the CFO for the next few slides. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. CFO.
Chairperson, good morning, and good morning to the Deputy Minister, the honourable members, DG and my colleagues. May I switch off my camera, Chairperson?
Proceed, CFO. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. So, Chairperson, I'm going to start on the high-level outcome. So this is the expenditure budget. This is expenditure as at the 31st of March 2026. It's before environments and it's not audited, Chair, and it will not be the same as the figures that we have included in our annual financial statements. So, Chairperson, with that, I mean that the overspendings on Program 2, for instance, and Program 3 will be offset against the savings in administration in Program 1 in accordance with the applicable rules and regulations. So, Chairperson, the budget for 25-26 was 15.1 billion. Of that, we spent 14.6 billion, leaving us with unspent funds of 564 million, or 96.3%. Chairperson, I've already explained, already mentioned that there's overspending on programs 2, 3, and underspending on program 1, but I'll also explain why. Program 4, the institutional sin, the 5 billion, is to the IEC, BMA, and political parties. That was spent fully. It's earmarked funds. We're not in control of that. If I could then ask that we move to slide 36. Slide 36 presents the same outcome, Chairperson, but this is now per economic classification. You will see that there are 4 savings on compensation, goods and services, and then overspendings on buildings and machinery equipment. So, Chairperson, we will reduce the compensation allocation to cover the buildings and machinery equipment, the same with goods and services. Chairperson, the slide 37 starts to give the detail as to per responsibility. I'm not going to go through every line, Chair, so I'm just going to highlight some. If you're looking towards the middle, HR overspending by 38 million. That is as a result of the labour relations cases. Finance overspent in respect of property. You'll see there's the 25 as well as the 156. And then IT underspent by 628 million, Chair. This is as a result of the self-financing allocation, basically, because we could not spend money which we have not received, Chair. Chairperson, slide 38 is the citizen affairs. They were slightly over at 102.7%. The main contributing factor there is status services, where we print and pay for passports and IDs at GPW. The provinces, towards the end, Chair, you'll see that the provinces in general underspent, but not significantly, so more or less in line with their projections. This tells us, Chairperson, that the provinces have sufficient budget and are able to spend whatever was allocated to them. Chairperson, slide 39 is the immigration services and then institutional support. On immigration services, Chair, you'll notice in particular that there's an overspending of 76 million rands on immigration services. Immigration services has two legs. It's the inspectorate as well as deportations. Now, both those exercises are expensive, Chair, and we did exceed our budget there with the 76 million rands. Chairperson, slides 40 and 41 just gives a narrative or some explanation at a high level for the reasons of over and underspendings. I'm not going to repeat that. Chairperson, slide 43 deals with self-financing. I'm going to deal with the 25-26 financial year in particular, Chair, so that I can explain where this underspending of 560 million rand comes from. So, Chairperson, you'll see that from the 25, the column towards the right, that the budget for self-financing, our target for self-financing was 2.5 billion. And we could not collect the 2.5 billion, Chair. We ended up at 1.9, close to 2 billion rands. And that is the reason why we had to curtail spending on self-financing, because we did not collect all the revenue. The reason is set out at the bottom there, Chair. So the self-financing under collection is 552 million. There's a PNR unspent 11 million rands where we have applied for a rollover, and that then gives you the 564 million. So Chairperson, the solution is on the next slide. So the next slide deals with self-financing for the new financial year is just to align our revenue projections to our self-financing expenditure. You'll see that we have reduced our revenue target for 26-27 to 2 billion, Chair. We are at liberty to change it up to the MTF process, so we have 3 or 4 months left to see whether the 2 billion is perhaps too little. At this point in time, Chair, I think 2.2 would be a more realistic revenue target, but 2 billion we should definitely be able to collect. Chairperson, slides 45 and 46 just gives you the self-financing allocations for the 26-27 financial year, the current financial year. It just gives you an indication as to what we spend that self-financing on. And you can see it's issues such as cash in transit, it's about financial accounting, it's management, revenue management, basically anything and everything that we can link to the generation of revenue, Chair. The danger with self-financing is that it only comes late. It comes through the adjustment estimates, while spending happens from the 1st of April every financial year. Chairperson, that's the overview then on budget versus expenditure. I'm now going to go to the audit action plan and audit matters. Chairperson, at slide 48, we started off in December with an audit action plan where 46% of the actions were completed. We had a validation on slide 49. Internal audit did a validation of that audit action plan to make sure that this audit action plan will address all the root causes. We have addressed all those findings, Chair. You'll see it was at 99%. There was one finding in immigration, which was also resolved. So, Chairperson, as at the 23rd of April, that's slide 50, we are sitting at 94% of the audit actions completed. Some of the actions were future dated, meaning that by the 31st of May, when we submit the annual financial statements, those actions will also be completed. So we do expect this 94% Chairperson to increase. And Chairperson, so there's also a process now being done by internal audit to make sure and give confidence that the actions and the evidence we have provided actually mean that these actions are completed. So that process is currently underway. Chairperson, the material irregularity on slide 52 and 53, the AGMI unit provided us with recommendations. We have implemented these recommendations. We are now waiting for the MI unit to revert back to us as to their assessment, whether we have sufficiently addressed all the material irregularity recommendations. So Chairperson, that's just then for noting. Chairperson, the last one is just on 30-day payments, slides 55 and 56. Chairperson, we have paid for the quarter under review, we have paid 99.43% of our invoices within 30 days. The invoices not paid within 30 days are not a lot, Chair. You'll see there it's the difference between 372 and 347. It's about 22 invoices, Chair, that were not paid within 30 days. It does not mean that those invoices were not paid at all. They were just paid after 30 days. Chairperson, there's also on the next slide, slide 56, there's the breakdown of which invoices were not paid within 30 days for head office. This is as a result of a request from the Portfolio Committee that we should also provide this detail. Chairperson, that's then my presentation. I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, CFO, for the presentation. DG?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, CFO. So slide number 58 just deals with some of the challenges that we encountered during the quarter under review. And I suppose one of them is what I've listed already, issues related to the application program interfaces, the limitations, which contributed to the non-achievement of some of the targets. And then the issues that have been resolved around the data transfer between ourselves and VFS, and then the delayed response by both Treasury and the Presidency with regards to the DHA bill. Looking ahead, Chairperson, it's really to make sure that we mothball all our activities on slide number 59 into the ETA. This is the work that we're doing, and then of course we'll want to accelerate the replacement of green ID books. You will note that in the presentation we spoke to 10 offices equipped with live capture functionality, and they are spread across the country. And then we also have had an extension program to expand into a number of malls. And then the partnership that we have with the banks, we are of the view that this will accelerate the replacement of the green ID books, which is the most defrauded. And then, of course, the key one is to strengthen immigration enforcement and refugee management, working with other law enforcement authorities. And then the continuation of the upskilling and reskilling of staff so that they are able to embrace a new technological advancements. And then how do we then continue with the digitization process to eliminate reliance on paper-based records, the work that we're doing at Silverton, Bretts, and at Church Street. And then the next one is to strengthen, of course, the system stability so that we're able to ensure that the system stability before we move to new focus areas. I think the next one is a matter that we've now resolved around the data transfers. But critical is what CFO was referring to. How do we ensure that we continue with the implementation of the audit action plan so that we are able to address the qualification areas? I think this is work that we've done quite diligently to make sure that on a weekly basis we are monitoring. But in addition to monitoring, Chair, we also are visiting these provinces to make sure that what colleagues are saying is being implemented. So the last slide, slide number 60, it's really a recommendation for the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs to note the Q4 presentation of the APP, both the performance information and the budget. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Thank you.
Thanks very much, DG and the CFO for the presentation. We will now, members, invite the second presentation. If you note that some of the issues that overlap to the second presentation. DG, can you invite the second presentation?
Thank you, Chair. The next presentation is requested by the Portfolio Committee. It's on the Asylum seeker backlog, which will be led by Advocate Zelfa Rapesu. I hope she's online to take you through the presentation.
Advocate? Okay, can proceed, Advocate.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning, colleagues. Our presentation starts with the ASM presentation, but I will move to the Refugee Appeals Authority presentation, which will start at slide number. It starts at slide number 27.
Can you clarify? You are suggesting how you're going to do the presentation, Advocate?
Chairperson, our presentation starts with the presentation by Mr. Madumisa. Unless if he can come in, then I can follow right after Mr. Madumisa, because it starts. The first presentation is his as Asylum Seeker Management. Then the second presentation is that of the Refugee Appeals Authority.
Yeah, I think we can start with the first one. I meant to say the next presentation. If I could not be,
then that would be Mr. Madumisa.
Correctly captured. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Let's start on the first page. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Apologies for that.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. I hope I'm laudable enough. Good morning to the Deputy Minister, the DG, honorable members in the platform. Just confirm, am I audible, Honorable Chair?
Yeah, you're audible. Proceed. Thank you.
Indeed, the instruction for us was threefold for this presentation. The first one, we were to provide statistics of the performance of the asylum environment, which is the annual report that we produce as the contribution to the Global Trends report to the UNHCR report that will be published next month as part of the 20 June commemoration of the World Refugee Day. So that report is an annual report. The Department of Home Affairs contributed their statistics into that report. The second part were to deal with the issues of the access to asylum for new asylum applicants. And I think there was an issue of the denial of the access, and we needed to just clarify the process there. Then the third part would be then what the advocate would be presenting, dealing with the backlogs in their space. So indeed, then that will be the purpose in complete for this presentation, Honorable Chair and the members. Then let's proceed to the next slide. Now, the scope of this presentation, of course, is informed by the principles that are guiding the asylum policy in the Republic, in which include self-integration regime, and that all asylum seekers are considered presumptuously as refugees. So that means we have an obligation to receive them and take their application, and only after we have adjudicated them, then we can conclude whether they are economic migrants or indeed people that are supposed to benefit from the international protection under the 1951 Convention. Of course, the management of asylum seekers and refugees is informed by the Constitution, mainly the Bill of Rights, as well as it is elaborated as part of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as well as in the Article 14 of the Right to Asylum. And these values are fully expressed in the Refugee Act as well as its amendment. Next slide, as well as, of course, the OAU. Now, the statistics will reflect the work that is done in the 5 refugee centers that are reflecting in this slide. The biggest refugee center will be the Tshwane Refugee Center, followed in size. Size is based on applications that we receive and the population of the clients that we deal with. So Cape Town will be number 2, Durban 3rd, Gqeberha number 4, and Musina is the smallest refugee center in terms of the population of applicants. And it has always been like that for years. It's more than a decade that Musina continued to receive a small number of applications. And I think later in the presentation, I will come back to that. Next slide. Of course, here now, statistics, we start with the newcomers. And you will see, Honorable Chair and the members, that when the Refugee Act came into force and the numbers were low, and they continue to rise, and there were different circumstances. I think this slide has been explained many times. I will not spend much time in that, except Of course, the peak in 2008, 2009, 2010, that period, you will know that economic meltdown, political situation in Zimbabwe, as well as, of course, the rush to come to the World Cup, starting with the Confederation Cup in 2009, opportunities that were coming or were falling from the hosting of the FIFA World Cup by South Africa over that period. Indeed, the department needed to respond to the spike in the asylum applications. And we started with the interventions in around 2011, 2012. And you start seeing the numbers going down, and you start rooting out abusive elements, economic migrants, as well as finalizing cases as soon as possible, engaging UNHCR for support around 2016, so that we are able to clear different backlogs. And as we say, between the adjudication at first instance as well as the SCRA, which is the Standing Committee for Refugee Affairs, there's not much backlog that you experience there. Besides the drop that was informed by COVID in 2020, because we stopped taking applications around 2020, around March the 15th, if not the 16th, somewhere there, when the state of disaster was declared. And so therefore the 2.4 that you see in 2020 would have been the first population that was received between January as well as 15 March 2020. Then in 2021, of course, we would have then had to assist there and there where there are critical cases that were requested to attend to. And we started then taking newcomers somewhere in June 2022. And you will see that then the numbers moved to 10,000. And I think then we had some backlog in terms of finalizing all the cases there. We had to make appointments for people that we could not finalize. And eventually we cleared those big numbers. As you see the spike again in 2023 of 20,456. But then the consolidation of the interventions that were started around 2012, you will see those consolidation starting to take effect in 2024. 2025, and there would have been developments there related to, first and foremost, the Ashewo outcome of 2023 June, which I'll talk to later in this presentation. There would have been also the contestation on the good cause enforcement of Article 31 of the 1951 Convention that has led to the Scalabrini matter that is pending before the Constitutional Court. And of course, the judgment that comes from the High Court in the Western Cape that says we may continue with the work that we are doing while the issues of the constitutionality of those provisions are before the Constitutional Court to consider such elements. And you will see then the reports that we generate, Honorable Chair, are calendar years so that we are aligned with the UNHCR reporting cycle. So when you see 2025, it's January to December. It's not similar to the report that the DG has presented, which is the financial year aligned with the government cycle. So here we are aligned with the UNHCR because this report must contribute to their annual report, which is a calendar year cycle. Let's then move to the next slide. Now, the asylum seekers that we receive are coming from, in the main, these top 10 countries. And you will see that they constitute almost 95% of the total population of the asylum applicants. At the top, you will see Ethiopia as number one, followed by the DRC, Somalia, Bangladesh, Zimbabwe, and you end with the DRC. This is Eastern DRC claim, and I think we should have just qualified that. I think the typo error in output of the clients that seek asylum have chosen Durban as the office to approach for asylum, and we usually analyze the circumstances that would have informed that. As I indicated earlier on, generally Tshwane is number one, followed by Cape Town, but in terms of the newcomers of this cycle, they have chosen in 2025, that is, they have chosen Durban, and followed by Tshwane. Number three would have been Cape Town, and the 2% is the concern that office is turning into a white elephant in Musina, right at the border with Zimbabwe. And you see Zimbabweans are a big population. Nonetheless, then people tend to pass Musina and go to urban areas in places like Tshwane, Johannesburg, and Cape Town. And as a result, then we remain with not much work to do in that office. Next slide. Now, those that have successfully applied for asylum and they are waiting in the system, we are giving the breakdown of where are they seated in terms of their responsibilities and their statuses. Those that are before the RSTO, Refugee Status Determination Officers, they are 199, and these in the main are active cases and therefore don't consider them as a backlog. Those that have been adjudicated by RSTOs and now have moved for a review by SCRA, the work that is pending before SCRA is 74,000. We're talking active clients, people that comply with the conditions of their permit by keeping it active in terms of extending it, not necessarily all the applications that are in that space. So these are clients that are in compliance with the Refugee Act and the requirements of carrying an asylum permit. Then those that are before the Refugee Authority, Appeals Authority, 70,976. And you see clients that have taken the outcomes of the department on judicial review is 3,490. These are the clients that says they don't agree with the outcomes that are coming from either SCRA or RASA. And predominantly, I think RA chairperson advocate will talk to this, dominated by Ethiopians in this space. And of course, files that are still between the statutory bodies, which is SCRA and RASA. On referrals, it's combined is 263 plus 1 and plus 13. So the population of asylum seekers that are active in the system, therefore, is sitting at 82,348. And we move to the next slide, please. Now, that was the population of asylum seekers. Asylum seekers are waiting for the details that have been granted refugee status, and we are saying the active population is sitting at 55,190 refugees that are recognized, that were adjudicated, granted refugee status, and 9,081 of that population is now sitting with the refugees certification that grants them indefinite status to be able to apply for permanent residence. Who are the applicants that have been granted refugee status? At the top, we have Somalis, and their claim is the civil war that is happening in Somalia, that they are unable to get the required protection from their government. Either their government is unable to provide protection or unwilling, or both. Then we'll have the DRC claim at number 2. Usually this is the claim that is coming from the Eastern DRC, which we understand the conflicts that are happening there. Then Ethiopia is sitting at number 3, and I wish to just go through the top 10 chairperson so that we have a sense of how the refugee status has been granted. Ethiopia, generally, we had an Oromo claim around 2017, 2018, and going backwards as well. That was an Oromo claim, which was an ethnic claim that we granted refugee status on it. And of course, post 2018, there were different contestations in Ethiopia that has warranted that the UNHCR provide reports that suggest that there might be elements of protection in relation to certain groupings. That has given us that population, therefore, of 10,650 active. CFO, please mute. It's disrupting my presentation. Then the Congo Brazzaville, here usually it will be matters related to general protection, individual concerns that are there, that's sitting. And also, I must say that these will be old applications as well, things that had happened in the past, and the review, probably when we go to the review process, you'll find that most of them are under review. Similar to Burundi, these would have been the instabilities that have happened post the 1996-1998 period of the conflict that has led to the high numbers of people passing on in Burundi and Rwanda. But also in 2014-2015, you would have had the instability in relation to the additional term of the president at the time, which has led to this population sitting with us. Just recently, there was a declaration by the AU and UNHCR that this protection need has ceased in Burundi, and countries that are hosting Burundians need to start processes of cessation and be able to report to UNHCR in terms of or in relation to the claims that were protected in this group. So we are in the process of putting together a document for ministers' consideration. Zimbabwe, most of these clients would have come from 2008 period, 2006, 2008, 2010 period, following the instabilities around elections in Zimbabwe. And these are also cases that we are, with capacity that we have, we are considering for review in order to consider whether there is still a need to protect or not. Then Eritrea is similar to the instabilities in Ethiopia as they are neighboring countries. And then we have Rwanda that come from the genocide. And I think that's the word I was looking for earlier on when I was talking to Burundi, the genocide victims, and some of these people continue therefore to enjoy protection in the Republic. Uganda, they will usually raise issues of sexual orientation and persecution in that regard. And again, then at the tail end, you have Cameroon that will usually have a contestation between the English and the French-speaking Cameroonians. That has led to, over the years, the past years, that have led to protection. So these statuses that would have not only been granted in 2025, but these are refugees in our database since 1998. And of course, they get subjected to periodic reviews. And where SCRA believe that they still need to protect, they remain refugees and therefore they continue to enjoy protection. Next slide. Now, the slide that we are going to talk to is just a portrayal of the extensions that the system is doing. Largely, the extensions are automated in the refugee centers. Therefore, there's not much interaction with the officials unless, and in circumstances where the client has been asked to come to the office or the client is unable to use the technology and therefore opt to come to the office, then you will see that the asylum seeker visas, Section 22, they will then be topping because this is the majority of the clients, and their extensions are happening more frequently between 6 months and 12 months. Therefore, you will see that their population is high. Refugee status is usually extended for a period of 4 years unless someone is under review, and therefore we reduce the period so that the process is moving faster. Then you will see, of course, those that are asked to come to the office where they requested to extend online. Those are the numbers which are very low. And then clients, of course, that need to come to collect decisions. This is the time of generating the report for this presentation. That's how the picture looks like. Next slide. In this slide, when clients request extension, there's a requirement that they must indicate where are they requesting application from. That is where they reside, and that is the proof of address is loaded on the system, and therefore we're able to generate the profiling of where they are concentrated, and you will see that majority of them are concentrated in those that have requested extension for both asylum as well as refugees. They are concentrated in Gauteng at 59,697, and they are followed by the Western Cape at 30,396. At number 3, you will see that there's a concentration that is in KZN of 25,381. And then you will see that in Musina there's 9,000, not Musina. In Limpopo there's 9,469. Usually Pulukwane, Luitrichat, Makadro areas like that. Then you will see a small population is located in Northern Cape, while you will see between Northwest as well as Free State, you will see that there's 2.1 in Northwest, there's 3,097 in Free State, and Eastern Cape will be sitting with 8,052. Now, that's on the basis of what we receive from clients. It's not any verification that we would have done. Once they indicate that they are requesting for extension from that particular region, the system update accordingly to indicate that, because that's your last known address that we will use as well for tracing and communication. Next slide. Now, this is the work that has been done, and I indicated that the granting over this period has moved from an average of 5%. Over the years, we're sitting at 5%, 6%, but you will see now when we look at in the far corner, asylum granted, you will see 21% of the cases that were adjudicated over the reporting period of the 12 months that I indicated that 1,934 were granted refugee status, and 79% was rejected. It then happens, majority of the people that would have been granted a refugee status usually would be the dependents of the recognized refugees. When we did Q1 that DG was referring to, that we're looking at for this current financial year, we have noted that 60% of that approval come from dependents of the already recognized refugees. And this trend, of course, would have been the trend as well in 2025 calendar year. So this is just the breakdown, therefore, of that very population in terms of the quotas and in terms of the month. We would have, in January 2025, you will see the total would have sit at 892, and as well as in Q2, you will see that the busiest month would have been May at 859, and then in Q3, July will be the busiest of the month in 1,330. And then there's usually a lull in the last calendar quarter of December, and you will see that there's less movement. It's not that the office is closed, but usually there's less traffic at the refugee centers. You will then see the highest population will be in November, and you will see December. But also I must maybe recall that over this period, it is the period that we lost data due to the system that has affected our target as well. We have jumped from the usual average of 800 to 1,000 to 13. That also is a contributing factor, and we struggle to recover the lost time as well as adjudication as well. So that's the second contributing factor that I almost forgot. Of course, we do exclude people from applying for asylum because there are provisions in the conventions that allow us to exclude, and we follow processes of exclusion. So over this period, 13 cases were excluded from the Refugee Act. Usually these are people that would have committed crimes other than political crimes, and therefore will have no grounds to be seeking protection for criminality that would have happened before they came to South Africa. The next slide. Now, I think that I don't know how can we pass there's a slide in relation to the work that I needed to address on the access to asylum. I think this presentation has pushed those slides down when the advocate was adding a slide. So while I'm on the floor, those slides are in page 21 in my presentation, I think. Move. Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Now, access to asylum. I think here there was a direct question that was posed to us to explain why are people denied access to the refugee centers. And of course, because first response was that under the Refugee Act, we're not aware of that, but we thought with the information we have, we rather address the process that is in law. The Immigration Act of 2002, in section 9.1, indicate that subject to this act, no person shall enter the Republic at a place other than a port. We expect that if you have entered illegally, there had to be a process to be followed to deal with that. And subsection 2 indicate that a citizen or a resident shall be admitted provided that he or she identifies himself or herself as such in the prescribed manner. And in the case of a resident, the immigration officer records his or her entrance. Again, here there is a prescribed process, whether you are seeking asylum or you are any other category of person who intend to reside as a foreign national to enter and reside in South Africa. And these provisions have always been there with us. And then they then move to Section 23 on those that will be declaring the intention to seek asylum. They will be provided in a prescribed manner with a transit visa under Section 23, which is the process that we all know. These people would have indicated up front at the ports of entries, those would have complied with Section 9(1) of the Immigration Act. And once they are there, they indicate that they need to apply for asylum. Subsection 2 is the prescribed period that will then get to what are the courts saying, what is the convention saying in relation to the good cause and the process that needs to be followed. If they have not declared that intention and they have not entered legally in the Republic, and Article 31 of the convention, reading with its protocol of 1967, is very clear on this aspect. That first and foremost, the expectation is that contracting states should not impose penalties on account of their illegal entry or presence on refugees who, firstly, will be coming directly from territories where their lives or freedoms are threatened in the sense of Article 1, and or are present in their territory without authorization. This penalization is not expected to happen on condition where people have presented themselves without delay to the authorities of the state and show good cause of their illegal entry or presence. Now, where the good cause has not been demonstrated or the delay has occurred, there's an expectation in that Article 31, sub-Article 2 of the Convention, as drafted in 1951, that indeed a contracting state shall not apply to the movement of such refugees restrictions other than those which are necessary, and such restrictions shall only be applied until their status in the country is recognized or they obtain admission into another country. And lastly, that the contracting state shall is to obtain admission into another country. Now, it is under the circumstances where someone would have contravened the provisions that are stated in Section 9 of the Immigration Act, that there ought to be a process to deal with them and they have to demonstrate good cause. And this has always been with us. International law is law in the Republic unless it's in contradiction with the Constitution. And as things stand, the 1951 Convention does not appear to be in conflict with any constitution in the world. And therefore, we domesticated it with the amendments, and that's what triggered the Ashebo judgment. And we'll go to the next slide to get into those. Once it was demonstrated, it was of course domesticated by amending the Refugee Act, and we had provided a direction in terms of, or a process in terms of how to deal with that. And in Section 21, capital letter subsection 1A, it indicates that prior to an application for asylum, every applicant must submit his or her biometrics or other data as prescribed to an immigration official. Then subsection B, 1B, indicates that an applicant who may not be in possession of an asylum transit visa as contemplated in terms of Section 23 of the Immigration Act must be interviewed by an immigration official to ascertain whether valid reasons exist as to why the applicant is not in possession of such a visa. Now, you will then see the intent in the drafters here to align Section 9 of the Immigration Act of 2002, as well as Article 31 of the Convention of 1951. And this further is clarified by the regulations in the Regulation 8.3 and states that any person who upon application for asylum fails at a refugee center to produce a valid visa issued in terms of the Immigration Act must, prior to being permitted to apply for asylum, show good cause for his or her illegal entry or stay in the Republic as contemplated in that Article 31, sub-Article 1, as well as sub-Article 2 of the Convention. And of course, it further says the judicial officer must require any foreigner appearing before the court it is in circumstances where law enforcement would have taken illegal foreigners before the magistrate, and the judicial officer, therefore, who should, of course, appearing before the court, who indicates his or her intention to apply for asylum, to show good cause as contemplated in terms of sub-article or sub-regulation 3, as well as reading with section 21, 1A and B of the amended Refugee Act. Next slide. Now, these developments in the amendments and bringing the understanding, the spirit and the intent of Section 9 of the Immigration Act, reading with Section 23 of the Immigration Act, as well as Section 34 and Section 49 of the Immigration Act. And then it led us, of course, Section 34 as well as Section 49 of the Immigration Act are enforcement provisions where people would have failed to respect the immigration laws. Are expected that we enforce the compliance with the Immigration Act, and the immigration officials are expected to deal with that in Section 34. Other law enforcement in terms of the criminal procedures are expected to deal with that in terms of Section 49. Now, we then ended up in court in June 2023 on those amendments. And Ashabo had felt that we needed to just be sent directly to the refugee center and apply for asylum. And the court had ordered that. It is declared that in terms of Section 2 of the Refugee Act, the applicant may not be deported until he has an opportunity to show good cause as contemplated in this provision, Section 21B of the Refugee Act as amended in 2017, reading with Regulation 8.3. If such good cause has been shown until his application for asylum has been determined in terms of this article, therefore, after the good cause, the expectation is that he proceeds to apply for asylum. There's an emphasis here that, moreover, it held that merely expressing an intention to seek asylum does not entitle an illegal foreigner, in this case, Mr. Ashemo, to be released from detention. That's a critical element as well in that judgment. Ashemo would have been an Ethiopian foreigner who entered the Republic and stayed illegal and worked at the spaza shop in Sunnyside. And because of domestic violence, and he ended up in court, and we reported to the police, and then we learned that he's an illegal person. At that point, he said asylum. And when we evoked the provisions that are in the amended act, which I guess at the time his lawyers were not aware of, he said no party should be just allowed to seek asylum. These detention and other processes should not be implemented on him. The following year, another Ethiopian in Lemora contested the need to be taken through the good cause. And the outcome of that case was that the first, second respondent, third respondent are directed to the extent necessary to take all reasonable steps within 60 days from the date of this order, to afford applicants an opportunity in terms of Section 21B of the Refugee Act, reading with Regulation 8.3, to show good cause as to allow the whole process of any review, that is the review of the outcome of that good cause, where the good cause would have been negative and the client contested that, there ought to be a process for the client to be allowed an opportunity to contest the administrative decision that would have been taken in relation to the good cause. All this is expected to take place before you come to the Refugee Act. In the event where good cause is not established, to unfold until, of course, the appeals to unfold until, or reviews to unfold until final determination. And it further said that at point 2 of that order, that the first, second, and third and fourth respondents are directed to approach the magistrate for the extension of time, so the review or appeal process not be finalized within 60 days period. This request should be accompanied by a report directed to the magistrate's court, setting out what steps have been taken and why the process has not been finalized within the 60-day periods. Now, that's the expectation that Lembore and them will present themselves to the immigration officials. The immigration officials might find good cause, might not find good cause. Where they have not found good cause, the expectation, if clients are challenging the negative outcome of the good cause, that they should be allowed to review or appeal that decision of the immigration officials and provide the report to the court if it has taken more than 60 days, as this was expected to be done within 60 days. Now, 3, other applicants, of course, are ordered to pay the first to third respondents' cost for the amendment. For the amendment application. So this is very important for us to demonstrate that indeed we held firm in terms of what is our understanding of the legislation and how the court had interpreted that. Of course, we are now currently at High Court on the same provisions, and the matter is before the Constitutional Court. And I think that, or maybe before I go that, I just indicate that in conclusion, at the High Court full bench in Gauteng, it had indicated that the Constitutional Court is the highest court on all matters and its decisions are binding on all courts. Thus, simply put, Ashebo is binding on all courts and cannot simply be ignored because a litigant or a judge for that matter differs from its approach. That's how the High Court full bench had concluded on the challenges of good cause as well as the right to enter and remain illegal in the Republic. Next slide suggests that we are back in that Constitutional Court on Scalabrini versus Home Affairs, and the matter is sub judice. These are the provisions, these are the issues that are before the court, and I will leave it at that without going into detail. That to have certain provisions of that act as amended and the regulation as promulgated thereunder declared to be unconstitutional and invalid. The applicants have said that their effect is to disbar foreign nationals who wish to seek asylum in South Africa from doing so if they hold an adverse immigration status only due to their non-compliance with the bureaucratic and or procedural requirements. This, they contend, is an unjustifiable violation of the Constitution, as well as the right of non-refoulement enshrined both in international customary law and Section 2 of the Refugee Act. Of course, then I think the feeling is that these bureaucratic procedures that have been put have meant that the processes are unconstitutional and therefore will await the outcome from the court. Next slide. I think that will then take us back to the appeal presentation. I don't know, Chairperson, maybe while Chairperson of RA is preparing himself, let me just, on the Constitutional Court judgment on Irangunda, Chairperson, would have been...
Thank you. Let's run like this. If the presentation is done, when we are asked questions or comments, you can come back to the matter that you wanted to explore more. Let's allow her to present and come back to the issue. Well, Advocate?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to you. Good morning, Deputy Minister. Good morning, DG, and good morning, honorable members and colleagues. We were requested to come to the committee to come and give feedback on the backlog project, as well as a number of appellants or appeals that we have rejected and those that we have granted, as well as their respective nationalities. So in the next coming slides, I'll give a background to that. And then may I request slide number 1? Slide number 1, of course, is the introduction. It details our obligations as a statutory body. Please move to 28. And 28 also details the functions of the RA. And then 29 will then get to the composition. I want to start by flagging this slide and then give a big background because we haven't been reporting to the committee in a long run. With the composition of the RA, I need to start here just to paint a picture of where we are in terms of capacitation across all regions. We are currently having 9 members. As you know, we have been funded through a partnership project with the UNHCR. So in 2023, the UNHCR has since defunded that backlog project for various reasons that they have cited from their side, including the challenges that they are having with other countries that are facing
is on our part. We'll deal with the matter later. Apologies, DM and colleagues. Can you proceed, Advocate?
Thank you, Chair. May I please be assisted with the presentation? As they are putting the presentation back, I was on my feet giving a background to the backlog project with the a partnership agreement with the UNHCR. On the side of the UNHCR, and they indicated that they were willing to fund only 10 members. So from the 36 envisaged members that were supposed to be part of the project, we appointed 30, and we had to terminate about 16 members. And from 2023 until last year, the project was left with only 10 members. So in 2025, the High Commissioner wrote a letter to Minister proposing that we need to scale up performance on the backlog project, of course, and we were in agreement because the numbers were not moving at the time. So we then agreed to what we call a surge initiative project to scale up performance. So with the surge initiative project, we came up with adjudication strategies, and we came up with a plan to capacitate RASA more in order to, effectively flatten the backlog caseload. So what we have done as RA, we propose that we go to different society of advocates and get part-time advocates to come and assist the project on a part-time basis, thereby Minister appointing them as members of the authority. So we started the project, the Surge Initiative, with the Pretoria Society of Advocates, where we invited advocates across Gauteng to come and assist. We had 92 advocates raising their hands to come and assist government, but we only trained about 43 advocates. These advocates, Minister appointed them sometime last year, and they have started the work with the authority officially this year in January. Then we will be moving to other regions as we go by. We only started with Gauteng. So currently we are in the Western Cape. We have 35 advocates from the Cape Bar who are willing to come and assist government. So we are finalizing the process of bringing them on board. We are left with training, and then once they are trained, Minister would have appointed them, and then they will also deal with the backlog that is currently in the Western Cape area. Then I will start with my presentation. Next slide, please. The next one. This slide demonstrates the current caseload that we have per region. When we had the project, we ring-fenced a certain population of appeals, which gave us a figure of 133,552. The cases were ring-fenced until October 2021. But then with the search project, we then decided that we are no longer going to deal with the ring-fenced numbers, but we're going to be concentrating on the entire backlog caseload, including new cases. So this is the picture of what we currently have, with Tshwane, of course, being the highest of all the regions in terms of numbers of appellants. So it is followed by Cape Town, and then, by Durban, and then Cape Town, and then Musina, and with Gqeberha being the last with minimal numbers. So on the slide, you can see the orange color signals inactive cases and active cases in blue. So I want to highlight that the inactive cases, these are those seeker management system. So we don't know the whereabouts of these ones in orange. The legal provisions that explain their inactiveness is called abandonment. It is a provision of the Geneva Convention, whereby we say if for a longer period someone does not come through to extend their temporary visas, or they are just not active on the system, the law will then deem them to have been abandoned their cases. So these numbers are high in numbers as opposed to what we have. So the active cases will be those asylum seekers who have lodged appeals, But because of the backlogs, they keep on coming to renew their stay in the Republic, meaning they are all on the system. They come and renew. They are legal in the Republic, as we say. So this is the population that we do communicate with. This is the population that, as we issue hearing dates, we will be talking to the blue population and not the orange population. Next slide. Next slide demonstrates the grand total per region. As we said, Tshwane is the highest. We have around 64,063 appeals in the Tshwane area, and then it will be followed by Durban. We have around 34,495, and then so forth. So these are the grand total numbers, and not the active or inactive. But then when I zoom on the active files across all regions, we have 70,976. So this indicates that if tomorrow we are successful in flattening this backlog, we would have flattened 70,976 cases, because this is a population of appellants who we know where to find them, who are in touch with the department, who are actively on the system. So this 90,024, the inactive cases, this population of appellants is deceased, be deceased. The other category, they would have left undetected. Another category, they would have been, they would have moved to other regimes. For example, they would have moved to the immigration regimes. Some would have been in possession of other permits, including critical skills visa, 20,000 of them who are in the permitting backlog, applying for waivers to be led into the immigration space. So the total all in all of the backlog project is 161,000 that we are currently sitting with, including the inactive cases. Next slide. The next slide, it demonstrates on the active and inactive cases per nationality. On top of the list, we have the Ethiopians. The Ethiopians, we have about 24,324 active cases across all regions. And in terms of the inactive cases, they are also topping the list. They are 17,398. Then the Ethiopians are followed, of course, by the DRC, the Bangladesh, the Zimbabweans, and so forth. So I want to flag on the Bangladesh nationals. The Bangladesh nationals, in the main, they are those who are inclined to go and join the immigration regime. This population, in the main, is appellants who are applying for spousal visas. So this population is those that are marrying South Africans in the main to acquire other status alternatives. So this picture is for both active and inactive cases. The next slide, please. The next slide demonstrates the cases, the overall cases that are pending per year of application is similar to what Mr. Madumisa has flagged earlier, demonstrating that the year 2008 and 2009 signifies the highest influx in terms of people coming into South Africa. Similarly, with the appeals, we see a spike of appeals happening in 2008 and 2009. As the graphs is going, and then of course there's the COVID period between 2020 and 2021. There's nothing. The numbers are steadily coming down, and slightly in 23 they went up again. I think this is because when we opened the country after COVID, there were a lot of appellants that came through. Next slide. The next slide, it shows the active and inactive cases. on the year of the ASM registration. The ASMS is the system that the department use. We also using the same department to track across the appeals that we have. So it is similar to the previous slide, just that in this slide it shows both the active and inactive cases. So we can see that all the slides the pillars in orange, most of them are these inactive cases that I indicated in the last slides. So at the end of this presentation, I'll talk to the abandonment clause that covers this caseload in orange. Next slide. The next slide is an age group breakdown of both the active and the inactive files. The yellow part of the pie, it signals asylum seekers who are between 25 years of age to 49, which is the majority of our appeal caseload. It makes 84%. So this yellow color, it represents the category or the caliber of asylum seekers that we have in South Africa, whether under appeal or outside appeal. These are in the main those who have been workers or potential employees, as opposed to the 1% of young children, and also the elderly. They are counted there for 1%, and this other will be between the teenage years and the toddlers and the newborns. But then I'll concentrate on the yellow part. The yellow part, as I said, it signals there's 84% of the kind of asylum seekers that we have in the Republic. And of this yellow color, most of appellants in this 84% are male, as opposed to female, are male asylum seekers that we have in this caseload, and male of Asian nationalities, which are Ethiopian and Bangladeshis in the main. And then I'll move to the next slide. The next slide talks to our work, which is refugee status determination. In this following slides, we show the number of dismissed cases that we have already determined by nationality. The total number that we've rejected, the dismissed cases, is sitting at 6,581. And then of this 6,581, at the top there we have Ethiopia. We have rejected most of the Ethiopian claims, and then they are followed by the Bangladesh. And with the Bangladesh caseload, I'd want to point across that Bangladesh is one of those countries that they don't have an asylum claim at all. But because of the laws of the Republic, whereby we include before we exclude, we end up being seized with this kind of asylum seekers who don't have a claim, but then they are forced to be in the system further doing the backlog project. And then, of course, we have DRC. The DRC caseload is too complex because we have the Eastern DRC, which are in the main a group of asylum seekers who are in need of help. And then we'll have also a group from Kinshasa and other areas in the DRC who are not affected by what is going on in the East. So we have some opportunistic claimants here who claim that they are from the they are from the Eastern DRC, whereas they are from Kinshasa or Lubumbashi. So I think this will be in the main the categories that we reject. And then we have the Zimbabweans, and then the Pakistanis, India, Uganda, and Nigeria, Somalia, and Burundi. So these are the top 10 in the main of those that we have rejected. Next slide. The next slide, of course, it deals with the approval rate. Those who have been successful, those who have been overturned the decisions of the RSGO. We currently have 231 decisions that were overturned from first instance. Next slide. At the top of the list, of course, we have the Congolese, the DRC, at 131. The total there reflects 231. And here on the approved claims, I also want to emphasize that we have 3 categories of claims. In the main, we categorize them like 3A. 3A are those who are running away from events disturbing public peace or public order. And then 3B. 3B will be those personal claims. People of LGBTQI, for example, and those who have personal claims not affected by politics or instability in their region. And we have also 3C. 3C will be those appellants that will be joining families who are already recognized as refugees. So this 231 is a combination of what I've just put across. And we have granted the Congolese, DRC, Ethiopia in the main. These Ethiopians who are granted, they will be granted through 3C. Through 3C. Earlier on, I presented also in the platform in the department to say that we see a spike of Ethiopian nationals marrying each other. Those who are under appeal and still asylum seekers, they will opt to marry those who are already recognized as refugees to come and join them as family joining. But as a department, we are currently looking at this abuse of the system. And then we have Palestinians that we have also recognized, people from Eritrea, Somalia, Uganda, and the rest. So it is a minimal number that we have granted since the inception of the backlog, and we will see as we still have a mountain of cases ahead of us. We don't know what they will entail. Next slide. The next slide, it talks to the withdrawal and cancellation of asylum claims. It is also a provision in the Geneva Convention that an asylum seeker who wishes to depart from the Republic or a member state to go back to their country of origin, they need to withdraw their claim. In South Africa, this is very necessary because you will not depart from the Republic through the BMA or other recognized borders without having cancelled your asylum claim. The system will rightfully show that you are under asylum and the BMA will not allow you to leave the Republic. So there are processes in place in terms of our RASA rules where we process the withdrawal and the cancellation of claims. It, in the nutshell, includes you providing us with a one-way ticket back home, a flight confirmation ticket, and a small affidavit detailing why you want to withdraw or cancel your claim. Then we process you, we cancel you, and then you can depart. So since the inception of the project, we have so far withdrawn 8,481 appeals, with which, of course, decreased the number of our backlog project. And then the next slide will show the top 5 nationalities that cancelled their asylum seekers. I must also put across that this cancellation process, it will be asylum seekers doing a cancellation on their own accord, and then we also have partnered with the UNHCR, of course, with their voluntary repatriation processes and IOM, whereby those that want to leave and they don't have the means to return to their country of origin, there will be a process by the UNHCR, they will be processed by the IOM, so they will voluntarily leave through those channels. So at the top, we also have Ethiopians. Again, it's Ethiopians, it's Bangladesh, it's the DRC. I'll flag the Ethiopian and the Bangladesh nationals. The Bangladeshis, they are cancelling their asylum claims to migrate to the immigration space, where most of them, they will not apply for any other permit, category except for relatives or spousal visas. And then we have Ethiopians who are also cancelling their claims in numbers. So the suspicion here with the Ethiopians is that most of them finally determined. They rather cancel their claims and then maybe depart from the Republic, or maybe not depart. We are not so clear at this point in time. But then the entire amount that those who have cancelled will amount to this 8,481, and we are processing cancellations on an everyday basis. So since the March and the Operation Tudula marches that we are seeing, we've been receiving some cancellation in the previous weeks, but we haven't yet captured how many so far, but then we'll include them in the stats. The next slide then talks to what we call the no-show applications. A no-show is somebody who have been served with a notice to appear before the authority to be heard, but they don't show up. So this is a trend in the backlog project, which is some of the things that is causing the delay of the project in a nutshell, because these hearings, they just don't walk in and then we hear them. The law indicates that we should notify an appellant before they can be heard. So we issue them with notices of hearing, which they acknowledge in turn. The acknowledgement is very important to us because it signals that you have received the invitation. If you don't show, then we will proceed to determine your appeal on paper. This is also to protect us before the courts if they take us on review to say, but here is evidence, he has acknowledged the notice of appeal, and we have rightfully so proceeded to determine their appeal on paper. So with the no-shows, next slide, please. With the no-shows, also at the peak, we have Ethiopians. The Ethiopians, they don't come for hearings. Others, they do come for hearings. Others, they don't come for hearings. And we have an issue of Bangladesh nationals as well. So we have so far finalized about 1,919 no-shows. This means it's those that they did not show up for their scheduled hearing. This pie indicates the regions where we have finalized this no-show decisions, of course, with Swani being the highest of them all. So we just flagged those two nationalities, but the no-show is across, but then it's prevalent among the Ethiopians and the Bangladeshis. Next slides. The next slide will talk to the legal matters before the authority. We have got judicial reviews, as Mr. Madumisa have indicated. So far, next slide. So far in the backlog, with the work that we have done, we received 2,733 judicial reviews. This will be those that feel that we erred, either in procedural fairness in conducting our work, or whether it was a matter of an error in law. So this is where we are now with the Ethiopians, of course, topping the list again. And I must point it to the committee that the most litigating asylum seekers in South Africa are Ethiopian nationals. They are Ethiopian nationals followed by the Democratic Republic of Congo. So these are the disgruntled appellants who feel that maybe the High Court, they will review and come to a different conclusion from what we as RASA have contributed on. So just to flag the abuse in this kind of legal matters, the judicial reviews are part of the bureaucratic ladder that is available to asylum seekers in South Africa. Every failed asylum seeker that has been rejected, they take this route. They bring judicial reviews. Others even bring these judicial reviews at the door of being deported. We have an issue with our South African lawyers who then take them out of Lindela. So on a daily basis, the agent courts in the high courts, they are clogged with our Home Affairs agent applications, merely because of these judicial reviews. Those who are at the verge of being deported in Lindela, the lawyers get to them and say they want to bring these judicial reviews. So this is another issue that we have, that asylum seekers bring this never-ending reviews just to remain in the country, because the law is clear to say that we cannot deport them because they are still under litigation, they are still being processed elsewhere. So this will also goes to what Mr. Madu on the Constitutional Court decision of Irankunda that was successfully granted to us, and just to give a differentiation between that process and this process. But this process of judicial reviews is highly abused, because in a sense, in litigation, we expect that the applicant who would have brought the application will prosecute the application, but they do not prosecute these applications, which then remains for a period of years, clogging also the system in the courts to the complaints of the judges. But yeah, this is our current situation. We only have the 2,733 of all the 19,000 that we have finalized so far. I'll move to the next slide. The next slide is a pie that signifies the countries that takes us on review. I've already detailed on that. I'll move to the next slide. The next slide, which is the last slide, it is our our overall performance, not annual per se, but our yearly performance since the inception of the backlog. As I've said in the introduction, that we started the project with the UNHCR in 2021. In 2021, I think the work of the project started more or less around towards the end of the year, which was November and December. And the members were still being trained during that time, and they had only finalized 60 cases at the time. And then in 2022, the project managed to finalize 3,522 appeal cases with a capacity of 26 members. And then in 2023, we managed to finalize 6,149, still with a capacity of 25 members. This is the year when the UNHCR has defunded the backlog project. And then we proceeded to 2024 with a capacity of 10 members that were funded by the UNHCR, 11 members, I'm counting myself there. We managed to finalize 4,173, and then we moved to last year, 2025, with 9 members. We had a member who passed on, and then we had another member who proceeded to go for greener pastures elsewhere, and then we managed to finalize 4,475 appeals, and now 2026, we are hopeful that the numbers will go even more higher with the advocates that we recruited from the different societies of advocates in Pretoria, with 40 members. And the thing is, here on these members, I want to flag that they are part-time, meaning that we depend on them to give us their schedules, because they also have the work that they do in their private practices, and then also assisting the authority on the other side. But progress so far, it's coming okay, and then we will also see how it goes with the Cape Town advocates who will be joining later in the month. Next slide, please. The next slide is the overall performance of the backlog project to date. This shows the ring-fenced number that we started with, the 132,582. It shows that since the project, we left with 114,518. We managed to finalize a total of 19,064 appeals across all regions. Next slide. The next slide is still the outstanding appeal caseload across all regions. I've already spoke to it on the previous slides, but then I'll come again and say that the overall backlog now, including the new cases, because now we are currently adjudicating on everything. We're no longer adjudicating on the ring-fenced backlog project. The adjudication strategy that we have employed now is to adjudicate all the cases, new and old. And what we do in other regions, we started to adjudicate the new ones and the old ones, and then coming together. This plan is only merely to send the message out there that there's no longer queuing at the RASA backlogs. You come in today and then you are finalized in a matter of months. So as long as we are capacitated, we have capacity, we will be dealing with the new backlogs to deter, the new cases, to deter those who come here hoping to queue at the end of the queue. So like I said, that if we are successfully flattening this backlog tomorrow, we would have finalized 70,976. So I'll talk to these inactive cases, the 90,000 and odds. So we are currently in the Constitutional Court, where the court has directed the department to amend the provision that deals with the amendments. So with that provision for amendment, it then means that the RASA will successfully close these 90,000 cases administratively within the prescriptions of the law, of course. So we are now still holding on them because we are waiting for the provision to be to be amended as directed by the Constitutional Court. So if we close this 90,000, then we'll be left with a backlog of 70,000. But also the issue here on the 90,000, when government is busy trying to deal with the illegality via through their Operation Valumgoti, Operation Fiela, Operation New Broom, this appellants sitting at the 90,000, some of them they come through to RASA, now remembering that they are asylum seekers, and the law now says to us, you need not default them. You cannot take them back to their home without finalizing them. So as government is busy with its operations across all regions, these 90,000 inactive cases, some of them on a daily basis, they do crop in, they do come in, they do show up to join these current cases. So this is the predicament that we have in the meantime, that we're still waiting to abandon and administratively close these 90,024 cases. I think this will be the end of my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Advocate Rapesu, for the detailed presentations. You wanted to make a comment, and I think you also referred to that, Advocate, that Manda want to complete the comment. I'm not sure whether you want to come back.
Chairperson.
Okay.
Yes, Chairperson, I'll let Mr. Madumisa come in. Is the recent Constitutional Court decision on Irangunda vis-a-vis what I've just flagged on the judicial reviews, just to show the difference between the two to the honorable members, but I'll allow Mr. Madumisa to come in.
No, thank you. Mr. Madumisa can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
To the honorable members, but I'll allow Mr. Madumisa to come in.
No, thank you. Mr. Madumisa can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I guess not to disrupt your meeting, I was hoping the advocate as a person who was trained in this area. But anyway, as a layman, I will just explain quickly, Chairperson, that in that matter between Irangunda and other versus Home Affairs, the Director General and the Refugee Center, there was a distinction that was drawn. The refugee surplus is a provision that is provided for in international law, where you would have come for study, for tourism, for any other reason. While you are in travel in that country, your circumstances in the country of origin change, and therefore you change the reason of your presence and residence in the country that you are visiting, and we consider you as refugee surplus. We deal with those cases in many instances. What was before the court in Irangunda was a person that would have come in 2014, finalized in 2014, processed for deportation and disappeared, and reappeared in 2018, and we were being referred to once the asylum application was finalized. It's still open. You have a right to review the outcome of SCRA. If you don't review the outcome of SCRA, you depart the Republic. You have not departed the Republic, therefore your file is still open. Anything you do will be the abuse of the asylum system. That's what I wanted maybe to emphasize, so that there's that very important distinction. Lastly, Chairperson, therefore, what we're trying to do would have been the first case or first cases we're dealing with of that kind of an abuse. And we wanted to make sure that we deter any future abuse in that space. And therefore, Irangunda and the other lady would have been the only population, but it then protects the regime in further abuses. And therefore, I thought so that the distinction between the people that are abandoned and therefore reappear when there are operations somewhere by law enforcement is distinct from the people that would have been completely finalized and decided to escape and hide from authorities, only reappear when they feel they are ready to contest the very outcome and place a new application on the process. Just a quick summary, Chairperson. I wanted to just flag that so that it's read together with the presentation that we're making. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Madumisani, an advocate. The Deputy Minister, it will appear that, and I think the advocate did highlighted that is a period of time that we have not, the committee has not interacted with this space. And there's a lot of details that are arising that will require more attention and engagement with yourselves and the teams in relation to this subject matter. More so that we've received an interim SIU report in relation to some of the areas that both the presenters have highlighted. And members will know that there's a lot to interface with this two presentation. I'm also recalling our oversight visit to Tshwane Refugee Center in terms of the issues that we were interacted with and those that were outstanding for the committee to interface. Members will comment. It will suggest to me that we have to reschedule again the team to come to the portfolio committee. And now that we're going to deal with the review of the Citizenship, Immigration and Protection of Refugee Act, it will be important that we find only this item to deal with and have time with the team. So I wanted to highlight that proposal as members are going to engage. It will appear that we have lost time and in the period of the 6th administration, in the 7th administration, without having been closely dealing with this matter. And the matters that are arising also on the Lindela issues and the interventions of the group of lawyers, and also the amendment that we ought to carry, which the department also will take us into confidence. So I wanted just to make that input so that members also note that we'll need to reschedule this session on this item, DG and the Deputy Minister, and the entire team to come to the committee, and probably physical, so that we have enough time. And that will also require us to request for more time through the chair of chairs to have more time with the team. Members, these are the two presentations, the quarterly report that has been presented, and also the last presentation that both the advocate and Mr. Madumisani have presented. I'm inviting you to comment.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Firstly, I've got to thank the presentations, both of them. They were well prepared and they were so comprehensive. I've got just few questions, Chairperson. Given that the critical skills visa shortfall is partially due to insufficient internal resources, what practical measures is the department taking to lessen its reliance on external unit and overtime? The second one, considering that most illegal migrant deportation in Q4 were facilitated by the state, what practical measures is the department considering to encourage illegal migrants to self-deport and ensure this occurs in its ethical and dignified manner? Seeing that asylum seeker management system challenges during the third quarter resulted in 20% productivity shortfall, what is immediate interventions has the department implemented to ensure that new asylum applications are adjudicated within 30 working days? And how will they ensure that effective backups are kept to prevent future delays? Lastly, Chairperson, seeing the prohibition of repeat applications will decrease administrative labor, how will the department ensure that resources are redirected towards lessening the asylum seeker backlog? What specific targets has the department set to reduce outstanding cases? Thank you.
Thank you, Memachi. Honorable Bowman.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the presenters. Again, I'm going to agree with my colleague that they were in depth. Chair, I'm quite excited to hear that you are proposing that we meet and potentially meet more in depth regarding this matter. Just looking at the advocate's presentation, I don't know, obviously I'm a little bit more sensitized to this whole thing that is happening in eThekwini, but I just wanted to maybe make some recommendations that when we do sit together again, these matters are maybe a little less bar graph and a lot more informative in terms of what is presented to us. So if I look, maybe I'm misunderstanding active and inactive. I don't think I am, but active is definitely not the highest in Tshwane. It is highest in KZN at 22,064 people. I have a concern with inactive. So obviously, the advocate did cite a number of reasons as to what this means, but I don't think we fully grasp what that means. I mean, how many people have moved around undetected? So we understand that some might have died and some might have gone home, but who are those people? How do we equate of those people that we see in the bar graph in the orange? How many of those people have passed away or maybe moved to another center? Is there no cross-referencing between the visas? We did mention that some have applied for a spousal visa or whatever else, but is there no cross-referencing on a system to say, okay, fine, that person is now off the system, and so we see a little bit more of a real-time number. And then also, this also poses the question, what happens to those people who pass away, the foreign nationals who do pass away in South Africa? Are these records not kept, again, that we can cross-reference back to this list to make sure that we see a bit more of a real-time number? And what happens to those folk who have appointments that are no-shows? I mean, do we just leave them and hope that they behave themselves and do what they need to do? Or do we track and trace them to find out exactly what is going on? And I use a case in point is my nephew lives in Zambia, and his family, his mother lives there actually, and his visa had expired, and he was literally on the back end of nowhere in the bush, and immigration managed to find him. And this is what I'm saying, is that we can't just say, sorry, they're inactive and therefore we potentially are not looking to see what's happened with those people. We have to know what has happened to those people. We have to have a tab on what has happened there. There's also the top 10, that was page 33. Are these only the known people that have come into the country, i.e. the ones that have gone through the border posts. And in terms of the unknown people who might have come across borders or undetected, what sort of percentage are we looking at that? Because we, again, can't be just looking at the people we know here when we also know that there are people that we don't know that are here. And I use a case in point as 2021. We have one person from outside of South Africa to have crossed the border. Now, not being a negative Nancy, but I can't see that being correct. And then also, obviously, my other concern is, we have a backlog of nearly 80,000 active, 70-odd thousand. But we're seeing a decrease in the amount of people processing these applications. I understand we did, it was mentioned about the advocates to assist, and that I grant. I understand, but with the current situation that is currently playing out in real time, I do think that we need to be taking this thing seriously, or potentially perceived more seriously than what we're saying. And again, I always highlight, and it's about life. It's about, I cannot sit here as Nicole and see the potential of the tinderbox or the powder keg that is about to take off in my city, and knowing that there's going to be people that are potentially injured or lose their lives because of it. So I just want to see that we have got a proper handle on what is going on. If we haven't, I think then we need to look at ways to do it. But at the moment, I just feel that these figures are a little pie in the sky. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bowman. Honorable Ross.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the presenters. I'm going to start with the fourth quarter performance and expenditure report. I see, Chair, the outcomes are very positive. There's a 30% plus overachievement again on the issuance of smart cards against target. And we've seen over 127,000 applications received through the banks in just 9 weeks and growing. So my question for Mr. Hollenby is, why does the self-financing estimates get lowered? Is this overachievement of smart IDs expected to stop, or because it seems to be consistent now over the last few years? So I'd just like to understand why you would expect with an overachievement of the smart cards, you generate more revenue, and that would go into your self-financing pot. Then, Chair, given the data transfer delays between VFS and the department were cited as the primary reason for missing targets in terms of permitting, what specific technical interventions are being implemented in the SLA with VFS to ensure that these applications come to the VAS system immediately upon receipt? Because there seems to be a gap, and I've seen it as well in dealing with issues that sometimes the permit is now adjudicated, but it takes a long time to get to VFS. So I'd like to understand where we are in terms of the data transfer between VFS and the department, so that the department is not delayed by VFS and then missing specific targets on visa adjudication. Then it was mention of external dependencies and specifically late responses by National Treasury, CETA, and the Presidency. What were the issues raised by these entities? And has the department now received these responses? I think I missed that. Or is this something that we can assist to chase up to? Because it's critical that we get on with this legislation, that it's not unnecessarily delayed by third parties. Chair, I'd also like to welcome the improvement from 46% to 94% of the audit action plan. I think that's something, as as a committee that we can welcome. And then also the immigration law enforcement operations. I mean, we've seen 2,152 operations against a target of 1,171. And the department has also conducted 13,226 deportations in one quarter. So my question, Chair, on this is that Mr. Hollenby had mentioned that there was an overspend on the deportation budget. And now it seems like, again, deportations is consistently overachieving targets under Minister Schreiber. So what is the risk in terms of the budget? As there are more operations taking place, more deportations taking place, what is the risk to the budget and how are you managing that? Are there moves and is there progress in terms of pushing to have sending countries paying portions of these deportation costs? Because it seems like if there's an overspend and it's because of success, then we need to address that risk. Otherwise, we become victims of our own success. Then, Chair, I'd like to agree with you in terms of the matter of the asylum issue. It's quite a complex and it's an issue full of litigation and lawfare, if you'd like to put it that way. So certainly it does warrant a longer meeting where we can really get to grips with the issues. And Chair, it's important that we process it properly because there are genuine asylum applications for sure. I mean, we can see there are war-torn countries, there are genocides happening in Africa as well. There are genuine asylum seeker cases that we do need to look at, but there are also opportunistic ones. Chair, I'd like to start by congratulating the Minister and the DG on the Irankunda ruling. That stops repeat asylum applications after the first application is denied. I think this was one of the big loopholes that was exploited. And so we welcome that ruling, Chair. My question in terms of the good cause requirement, though, is that the matter has now been, this hearing in the Constitutional Court to ratify that was in February. So my question is, what is the impact if the Constitutional Court then does ratify that? Does it have a retrospective effect, or do we not know at all? I'd just like to understand what risks we could expect in that regard. Then coming towards an end, Chair, there is a rise in judicial reviews, and these judicial review timelines can take years. So what a lot of countries do is they have accelerated review procedures for immigration matters. And this can include things like specialized immigration courts. So is the department looking into this option of potentially having specialized immigration courts? I remember even when we went to Landela, there was a judge that would sit there looking at specific issues. So is this something that is on the horizon, something that we can look at? Because accelerated review, it only really works if you have specialist immigration judges and trained administrative adjudicators. The other thing that countries look at is putting time limits on different processes. So is this also something that is being looked at? For example, not allowing all the processes of appeals and all of that to have open-ended timelines. And then finally, triage systems, Chair. Is the team utilizing triage systems by categorizing claims early into different risk elements in that? That would prevent all cases from just entering the same funnel, and some cases that can be resolved quickly sitting behind cases that take a long time to resolve. But Chair, just to end by saying we welcome the additional refugee appeal resources. I think it's very important, and thank the UNHCR for their support on this. But I'd like to also get an understanding of the timeline on that. How long is it going to take to address this backlog, Chair? I think it's critical, Chair, that we need to look at these judicial reviews and find ways to address it, because our court systems are really backlogged, and it's something we need to deal with quite urgently. But I agree with you, Chair. This warrants a closer look in a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ross. Honorable Jama.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by appreciating the presentations. I think they were very detailed. And I think also then the questions would also be a bit lengthy. I hope everyone can bear with me. So firstly, I think it's important that we approach the presentations with a lot of seriousness required given the current moment in South Africa. Because when one listens to the tone of these presentations, one would think we are discussing an ordinary administrative sort of pressures and routine compliance matters. But outside of this meeting, South Africa is sitting with growing public frustration around immigration, asylum management, border control, unemployment, service delivery pressures. And our communities are increasingly agitated. This xenophobic rhetoric is becoming normalized in our public discourse. There's rising mistrust in the state's ability to manage migration in a coherent and fair and sustainable manner. And what concerns me is that it appears to be that there's a dangerous gap between the urgency on the ground and the tone of urgency coming from the department itself. Many of the presentations before us feel deeply administrative and procedural and reactive rather than strategic. And I think there's very little sense that the department appreciates the political and social and economic volatility of the current moment. I think the absence of strategic direction, I think I can only ultimately locate that at the level of political leadership. Because I think the officials can only operate within strategic clarity and urgency and policy direction that can only be provided by the executive authority. At the moment, I'm struggling to identify a coherent long-term strategic direction from the Minister on migration, asylum reform, social cohesion, border governance, and sustainability of the current system. And I think that's dangerous because if the state doesn't appear to be, certain, if it appears fragmented or administratively overwhelmed on migration issues, then we create fertile ground for misinformation, the vigilantism that we're seeing, scapegoating, and ultimately, at the end of it all, we will have xenophobic violence. And I think that's what concerns me the most. That's why I believe this meeting can't simply become an exercise about percentages or the outputs and targets and technical indicators. I think we must interrogate whether this department actually has a coherent long-term strategy capable of balancing this constitutional obligations, our national security, social stability, administrative sustainability, and the economic realities facing the Republic. So, Chairperson, the department achieved only 65% of its targets in the final quarter, with immigration services recording particularly weak performance. I'm asking this question because I am concerned that many of the targets throughout the presentation appear focused on administrative outputs and percentages rather than the lived realities of South Africans. Can the department explain what methodology is used to determine annual targets, whether developmental impact and service delivery realities are considered when setting them, and whether the department believes its current framework measures real transformation or merely compliance? The department continues setting very high targets for processing work visas and critical skills visas within short turnaround times. I'm going to ask this question because I'm concerned that in a country facing massive unemployment, especially among young Black youth graduates, we can't simply measure success by how quickly visas are processed without understanding the broader developmental implications. So what has informed the setting of these targets? Were they based on a labor market assessment or economic modeling and actual skills shortages, or primarily on business demands and administrative efficiency considerations? And related to this, the department measures performance largely through visa processing speed and turnaround times. I'm going to ask this question because I'm concerned that the current indicators do not appear to measure whether migration policy is contributing to localization, skills transfer, and employment opportunities for South Africans. Has the department considered introducing developmental indicators that measure the actual socioeconomic impact of work visa programs? The department repeatedly cites information technology instability, system failures and delays involving the private company processing visa applications as reasons for underperformance. I'm going to ask this question because I'm concerned that critical sovereign functions of the state may be becoming overly dependent on external intermediaries and unstable outsourced systems. What is the root cause of these recurring failures? who is ultimately accountable, and what is government's long-term strategy to rebuild internal state capacity? Chair, linked to this digital transformation agenda, another issue that is deeply concerning is the continued failure to fill posts that already exist within the department's approved structure, particularly in information technology and digital systems environments. I'm asking this because I'm concerned that the department continues announcing ambitious digitization targets while not adequately building the internal human capacity required to sustain these systems. Why are critical posts remaining vacant? What is delaying appointments? And does the department believe it can successfully modernize Home Affairs while key technical positions remain unfilled? The department failed to implement foundational infrastructure for the future digital identity system because of disagreements involving the South African Reserve Bank and questions around costs. I'm going to ask this question because I'm concerned about who will ultimately control and store South Africa's biometric and identity data, particularly as government moves towards digital identity systems. Can the department clearly state whether private or foreign cloud infrastructure is being considered in any form, and how government intends to protect birth registration at hospitals was deprioritized in favor of other projects? I'm going to ask this question because I'm concerned that poor and rural families are often the most affected when birth registration systems fail or are delayed, leaving children without documentation needed for grants, healthcare, and schooling. Which communities and facilities are now affected by these delays, and what is the actual implementation timeline for the full rollout? The department reports that 65% of procurement went to women-owned businesses against an original target of 30%. I'm asking this because I'm concerned that percentage-based targets alone do not necessarily reflect meaningful transformation or empowerment outcomes. How was the original 30% target determined given the over 50% of the women population? And can the department provide details on how many Black women-owned small businesses actually benefited, how many jobs were created, and whether these opportunities were spread equitably across provinces? The department recorded major overspending in labor relations and overtime costs, particularly in immigration enforcement structures. I'm concerned that overtime may be masking deeper structural understaffing and capacity challenges within Home Affairs. How many funded vacancies currently exist across the department, and is the current staffing model financially and operationally sustainable? The report also reflects cases of sexual harassment and assault within the department, including one case where an official found guilty of sexual harassment received only a written warning and a salary suspension. And I think that the other one took sick leave and then later resigned. I'm concerned that the weak disciplinary outcomes may undermine government's stated commitment to fighting gender-based violence and femicide. How are sanctions determined in these cases, and does the department believe such outcomes send the correct message to women in the public service? And how do we know that perpetrators don't just reappear in other sort of posts in government? Chairperson, turning to the asylum seeker management presentation, the department currently has more than 82,000 active asylum seeker permanent cases and over 70,000 active appeals, alongside an overall caseload exceeding 161,000 matters. I'm concerned that prolonged delays undermine both the integrity of the asylum system and public confidence in immigration management. Does the department realistically believe the current institutional model has the capacity to clear these backlogs, and by when does the government expect these historical cases to finally be resolved? The presentation itself acknowledges that South Africa's asylum system is increasingly characterized by mixed migration involving both genuine refugees and people seeking economic opportunities. I'm concerned that the asylum system may be increasingly carrying labor migration pressures that it was never designed to manage. Has the department assessed whether some migrants are using asylum systems primarily as long-term documentation mechanisms rather than for refugee protection? And if so, what strategic policy response is the department considering? The presentation also reflects that many active appeals still originate from registrations dating back to 2008 and earlier. I'm concerned that people remaining in legal limbo for more than a decade undermine administrative credibility, migration management, and social cohesion. Has government considered extraordinary interventions, targeted adjudication programs, or alternate legal pathways to finally resolve these legacy cases? Chair, Ethiopian and Bangladeshi nationals dominate many categories in these presentations, including active cases, inactive cases, cancelled appeals, and no-show decisions. I'm concerned that these patterns may point either to organized misuse of asylum systems or to serious systemic weaknesses in how cases are administered and tracked. What analysis has the department undertaken into these nationality trends, and what conclusions has the department reached? The Constitutional Court's Ashibo judgment reinforced the requirement that asylum seekers who entered illegally must show good cause before being allowed to proceed with asylum processes. I'm concerned about whether the standard is being applied consistently and fairly across ports of entry and refugee reception offices, particularly given the potential implications for detention and deportation. What operational guidance is currently given to immigration officers regarding what constitutes sufficient good cause, and how is consistency monitored nationally? The presentation reflects very high rejection rates at initial refugee determination stage, while large numbers of matters continue into appeals and litigation. I'm concerned that weak or inconsistent first instance decision-making may itself be contributing to the growth of the backlogs, appeals, and court challenges. What quality assurance mechanisms exist to ensure the legitimate asylum claims are not incorrectly rejected at the initial stage? The department also reports that Refugee Appeals Authority now includes an additional 40 part-time members to assist with the backlog reduction. I'm concerned that despite increasing staffing, the backlog remains extremely large and progress appears relatively slow. How are these members deployed operationally? How is productivity measured? And does the department believe the current model is delivering value for money? Finally, Chair, I think one of the underlying concerns that are emerging from both these presentations is whether the department's current approach is still primarily reactive and administrative rather than strategic, because the country is clearly approaching a moment where migration and asylum management can no longer be treated as isolated administrative functions. These are now deeply political and socioeconomic and social cohesion questions. And if the department itself does not project urgency, coherence, and a strategic direction, then the vacuum will increasingly be filled by fear, populism, and potentially violence in the country. That's why I think these questions are important. This is not simply about compliance indicators and quarterly outputs. I think it's about whether South Africa has a sustainable and credible developmental and humane immigration system capable of maintaining both constitutional integrity and the social stability of our country. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Jama. Honorable Matopa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me also start by welcoming the presentation and as well as welcoming the request that we need a follow-up physical meeting to afford adequate time for us to interrogate these reports. Only on the lighter note, Chair, on the DG's presentation where deportations percentages are reflected. The 10,000 targeted was set versus the 13,000 deportation that happened. Now, my question on self-deportation is, what are the stats there? Because the presentation or the DG did not mention the stats of self-deportation, the number or the percentages, because there are claims of self-deportations applicants who are afraid to claim to be afraid to come forward because of they are afraid they might be arrested, or they are afraid that they might be charged a penalty. Moving on to Mr. Madunusa's presentation, Chair, he mentions that the locations where applications normally and frequently took place, and now there's a divergence in where applications are being made, and you make mention of the Durban office. So what I want to know is, have they looked into what has informed that? Why the sudden change? Why are they only applying at the Durban offices? Are the processes lenient? Are there perhaps connections? Is there perhaps counter corruption? Why the sudden change of application? Have they looked into that, Chair? And on going forward to the advocate's presentation, Chair, Chair, we've got a lot of problems. The highly, in the advocate's own words, highly abuse of the system, the loopholes identified, the no-shows, the cancel of the claims, seeing that there's an outcry, an increase and urgency outcry around illegal immigration. My question that I just want to pose, Chair, is then says that they put the blame on the Department or Home Affairs to say their things are not processed, they are waiting too long, they need to pay certain fees to certain people to assist them with their applications. So my question around that would be, what measures are currently in place to reduce the backlog and accelerate the processing of asylum seekers' applications, particularly long-standing cases dating back to 1998? And has the department observed an increase in applications linked to economic migration rather than genuine persecution or conflict? Second to that, Chair, is has the department conducted recent reviews to determine how many recognized refugees still require protection under the current current country's conditions, and what criteria are used during the periodic review and possible sensations of refugee statuses? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for your comments. Honorable Memachi, Honorable Ross, Honorable Jama, Honorable Bolman.
I raised my hand, Chair. I don't know whether it went down on its own. Apologies.
No, you did not raise your hand, Honorable Ngubane.
I did. Ngobeni, I did raise my hand.
No, I'm saying in our screen, it does not indicate you've raised your hand, Honorable Ngobeni. I want us to clarify that matter. You can proceed, Honorable Ngobeni.
Thank you. I did raise it. I don't know what happened. I apologize about that. Good morning to the officials and also honorable members. Oh, it's good. Yeah, still good morning. I think my questions really have been largely covered by both Honorable Jama and Honorable Bolman, but I want to, stress Honorable Bolman's question and really require that, of course, we're going to have a follow-up meeting, but at that follow-up meeting, I think we need, qualitative concerns to be responded to, so if we're speaking about inactive cases, I think we do need to have a record that tells us, who's left, who's died, who's abandoned claims, how many of those people are still in the system, etc. I think we need those questions answered. I think the spirit of Honorable Jama's questions is really what I want to stress and ask these couple of questions. These numbers for me, and of course these numbers are in the system, I'm not sure whether we are measuring, genuine refugees fleeing persecution, or are we just measuring administrative activity inside a system that is being stated to be a broken asylum system that South Africans can no longer trust? And so we want to understand if South Africa does not have an immigration problem. I would like the officials to come back to us and tell us this, because then it means that what we are communicating to South Africans is really disjointed, to Honorable Jama's point. The minister, the deputy minister, in fact, I think it was yesterday's meeting, did assert that South Africa does have an illegal immigration problem. But if I look at these numbers, I mean, honestly, we can't be speaking about numbers in the thousands as opposed to the millions. And so if the deputy minister has affirmed that we do have an illegal immigration problem in South Africa, what are the indicators empirically then, beyond asylum backlogs and statistics? What is informing this assertion? Because the presentation alone does not prove illegal immigration at the level that South Africans are concerned about. I think we need to be able, and we have a responsibility to communicate properly to the South African public. I would just like the official to please respond to that. The other issue is with regards to the immigration that was, I think, the pie chart that spoke to the yellow pie chart that spoke to 84% of the folks who are coming into the country being primarily males and not females. What does this tell us about those who are fleeing? I mean, if, are those economic migrants? Are those, asylum seekers? Who are they? Because if they are asylum seekers, why would asylum seekers as males run away from their countries to seek refuge in another country, but then leave their wives and children there? I would like to know what is the cause of that. And then deportation success. We speak about this high number of deportation successes. However, are we tracking of the ones that are deported? How many of them, if it was in the prison system, they would talk about the phenomenon of recidivism. Are we experiencing and are we tracking incidents of folks who have been deported coming in? What is the number? So that we can respond adequately to the people of South Africa, because I don't think any of us have an interest in anything flaring up. And again, I think Honorable Jama really captured the essence of what I wanted responded to. So if we can get just some of those, responded to, I think we'll be firstly better able to communicate. Secondly, it will be easier for us to take this conversation forward. My final point is with regards to our treatment of or implementation or enforcement of the first safe country principle. If you look at where some of the folks are coming from, of course, we're speaking about a large number coming from Ethiopia, Bangladesh. How are we ensuring that the first safe country principle is applied in all of the scenarios where folks are applying genuinely for asylum into South Africa? Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Matopa, I see your hand. Is the legacy hand, or you want to make a follow-up?
No, Chair, it's not a follow-up. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, honorable members, for your comments. Deputy Minister, DG, I will start with the team to respond. Then we'll invite you and your team, and also the Deputy Minister or the Minister, if they're in attendance, they will comment on the two presentations. Can I start with the advocate?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll try to respond.
Can I just advise that obviously there will be certain responses that will be prepared for our next interaction. Okay. So you can assist members around those areas that they've raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with Honorable Machi. I've noted here where he says, can the resources be directed to the finalization of the backlog? Honorable members, let me flag that with the current surge initiative that we're currently having, it is because we've seen that the process that we're embarking on is a bit slow. We needed to escalate the performance of the backlog. So with the surge initiative project, the Department of Home Affairs is the one who's currently funding us in terms of this recruitment of advocates across other regions. It is not the UNHCR. The UNHCR is only funding us with the 10 members that coming from that, removing the resources from all the UN entities. They found themselves not being able to assist us any longer in terms of funding. So the current 10 members that are under the UNHCR, they are being funded by the EU, by the European Union. So all this capacitation that is going on, it is funded by the Department of Home Affairs through the DG and the CFO. So let me just flag that. So the targets on the backlog, we are working on targets. The adjudicators who are members are given weekly and monthly targets. We are reporting on a monthly basis to the Director General and as well as the task team that is formed by the UNHCR. With this presentation, I only focused on the questions that we received. I did not go wide into the space where we are of the Search Initiative project. It is not business as usual. We are having this project. We have partnered with UNHCR. We are reporting on a monthly basis on the performance, on the targets, and so forth. It is a full-fledged project that is going on. In this project, we have also came up with a strategy in terms of an adjudication strategy. What is our adjudication strategy? Of course, we are focusing on the low-hanging fruits. We are focusing on the Ethiopians. We are focusing on the Bangladeshi nationals and the Pakistanis. Hence, you see in the slides that they avoid coming to hearings, the no-shows, because they are running away from being finalized. So these are the strategies that we employed. We have top 5 countries that we are prioritizing at the moment, and DRC, of course, as a mixture of those who might need protection and those that are opportunistic. And then I'll move to Honorable Bolman. Honorable Bolman emphasized on understanding more of the active and inactive cases. I don't know if, Chairperson, I should just elaborate it here or must I leave it to when we have the next meeting? But in a nutshell, the inactive cases, as I'm saying, they are those that have applied or appealed, but they did not action their appeals, or we do not even know where to find them. If members can recall, those who have been around since 2012, when I started my job as chairperson, in this backlog, we had a very challenge of locating these asylum seekers, because if you recall, when an asylum seeker enters the Republic through a port of entry, they will be required to give the contact details and the addresses. And most of them would have entered in the main from the Bay Bridge. They will just go to the nearest internet cafe in that area and get an email address. So, okay, these appellants. This is the struggle and this is the snag that we faced in 2021 when this project was implemented. So fast forward to that, we relied on the department as ASM to assist us with locating these appellants. So the process that we are currently using, we block the system when they have to extend their permits. So before the extension happens, then the department will redirect them to us to come and get their notices of hearing, give us their new contact details, and then we give them the notice of hearing, and then they go back to the department for extension. That is the success that we got through this process, because otherwise we wouldn't have known where they are because of how we don't have camps but integrating. So we integrate, but we don't have systems of finding where they live and where they are. So as they come in, this is when we get them. So this inactive population, they remain not in contact with the department. Because why? Because they don't come to extend their Section 22 permit, meaning their status is illegal in the country, or undocumented, rather, not use illegal, but undocumented at this point in time. So this is the difference between the active and the inactive files. And then the next question was, how many people have maybe departed, how many people have since died? Unfortunately, the response here is that at the time, the department's systems were not that integrated to be able to allow us to have a view of who died, who since, because the system, their processing was still manual at the time. But then with the immigration space, we are now linked with the immigration space. At least now we are able to see which appellants, especially the Bangladesh, have moved on to apply for immigration statuses. We call it deduplication of files. So with this deduplication, we have already went through a process of determining how many do we have. So we found on the system, on the departmental system, that there are 20,000 deduplicated files. Those who would have been in the immigration space and similarly in the asylum space. So this is the process that we are currently working on to say those in the immigration space, how do we then remove them to the backlog, current backlog that we have, which is the 20,000 that we have for now on the system. And then those who have passed, okay, I've touched on that. The process at Civic Services is a manual process, and then it will take some time for us to get to the gist of who have since deceased. And then on the no-shows, what don't come for your hearing? We know who you are. We have given you a notice of hearing. You have acknowledged the notice of hearing. Hence, we are legally inclined to proceed to finalize your matter on paper without you having to come before us or presenting yourself before us for a hearing. So with the no-shows, whether you come or you don't come, we are proceeding to determine on paper. But then because they will want to go and extend their temporary permit with the department, at some point, when they go to the extension, that's when they are given their outcome to say, here is the outcome. If you have been rejected, of course, then we will hand you over to immigration for further processing and deportation. Honorable Bolman also emphasized on the backlog concerns with what is currently happening in the Republic, the capacity, and then the plan, and then the Durban issue. Honorable Bolman, we are currently on our feet trying to go into Gqeberha to come up with a plan on how do we then channel resources to finalize those that are in that region. And as well, I understand the concern, and I can assure you that we are, and the department is fully supporting us in flattening these numbers. We as I've indicated, that we have a search initiative project that we have partnered with the UNHCR. The targets are set, performance is monitored. We are reporting in a task team headed by our Director General and the representative on the UNHCR on a monthly basis. So we are on the ground also fighting to finalize this legacy caseload. And I'll go to Honorable Ruos. Honorable Ruos touching on the issue of there being genuine asylum seekers and opportunistic asylum seekers. I think here, Honorable Ruos, we are in agreement. It has always been our contention, and it has always been our presentations that the South African asylum process is marred by opportunistic claim, who unfortunately are clogging the backlog. I mean the processes of adjudication. So we have a strategy in the backlog project whereby we are prioritizing what we deemed as the low-hanging fruits nationalities, so that we can get them out of the way to go. So I have flagged in the presentation various challenges that we come across, but it's not like they are not mitigated. Those who don't come for no-shows, I already outlined our Rule 12 process that we do finalize them, and then we do hand them over to immigration. And Honorable Ross also touched on the issue of judicial reviews, them being a stumbling block, and then do we have a way of dealing with them, with finalizing them as we go forward. And in response to that, we agree that a judicial review, as I've indicated, is used as a tool to indefinitely remain in the Republic while the matter is being reviewed in court. And with that, in the past, we have engaged the then Judge President of the Gauteng Division of the High Court, Justice Mulambo, then with a request to say, can we be at least allocated courts in the High Courts that will deal with these judicial reviews? I'm saying that because in the white paper, I think we somewhere will be mentioning the immigration courts. But the difference here, it will be that the judicial review in its nature, the Rule 53 process is nature. It's an oversight by a judge sitting in the High Court. Hence, we have requested Judge Mulambo to look at this matter to at least give us 5 courts that will sit on a daily basis. And those courts will be adjudicated by retired judges, because we understand that the sitting judges every day, they've got their different roles. This week, one judge is in the agent court, the next is in a criminal court, civil court, and so forth, unopposed court, and so forth. So we did sit down and map up a way to say, if the court give us 5 courts, which will sit as judicial review courts on a daily basis, mandated by retired judges. At least this will pave a way and curb the abuse that we're currently facing. So we had, the judge had a discussion at that level with the Minister of Justice for this process, especially on the retired judges programs, but then it was left at that with the change of the new 8th administration. But it is something that we can go back and look at, because that is the only way. That is the only way, because even I doubt if government will even afford to litigate thousands and thousands of judicial reviews that we have. So it will be between an agreement between government and relevant legal representatives at the bar to say, this is a formula, this is the money that we can give you, this is a flat rate to be dealing with this judicial matters. And then Honorable Rose further asked if we have a triaging system that we use in our adjudication process. Of course, we do have Honorable Rose with UNHCR bringing their expertise in refugee status determination. We've got different modalities that we use. Like I say, that we do look at complex claims that in the main emanates from the LGBTQI community, as well as the Congolese claims. They are very complex, even in law, even in status determination. But we do have those modalities that we engage with the UNHCR. We've got a researcher here, teamed with the researchers at the UNHCR to assist with the recent country of origin information in assisting our adjudicators in coming to legally sound and efficient decision making. We have also further to that developed a decision template that will also streamline and cut time in a member having to sit to write a decision, because that is a very, very, very highly complex matter, because this work that we are doing in other countries across the globe is done by judges. So in South Africa, we reduced it to legally qualified legal officials, but it is that complex. And then we are trying, and then we get support from the UNHCR in terms of finding ways to fast track our work. And then, I've already tabled that the capacity is not from the UNHCR, but from the THA. Then I'll go to Honorable Jama. Honorable Jama, I note your concern of the agency and the tone of the representations, that maybe it is not urgent. It is that urgent, Honorable Jama. I can assure you, we are on the ground trying every day to finalize these appeals. If you can just peep outside my office here, it's full of asylum seekers. This is what we experience every day. We are trying to do our best. Members at a go, they do adjudicate about 5 to 7 decisions every day, and come weekend, they must sit down and have to write judgments on those decisions. There is a strategy, of course. We have a strategy. We have partnered with the department and the UNHCR. We have data crew from the department to get a view of who is here. Hence, we are able to give these slides to show who are bringing opportunistic claims, who are the list of people that we must protect. And again, I must point out that our legislation as well, the way it is couched, the way the South African legislation is couched, it allows for inclusion before exclusion. If we were at the point of entry able to determine that you are from Bangladesh, there's nothing happening in Bangladesh, therefore we cannot accept you into the asylum process. But we don't have that because we don't have camps. Camps is only the deterrent that will normally, discourage people from living where they are going. So we become attractive as a country because of our integration policies. So this is why we have. That is why in the 2024 we could not defend successfully the Afghanistan who had showed up in Musina in the Bay Bridge border post, because the act says to us, include before you exclude. So even those Afghanistans who were there, they could not be a tent away. We had to let him in, but then we had to fight. The minister at the time said, I had to fight just to protect the nationals because we don't know who these people are and what is their mandate coming here. So we were just fortunate that they went to Zambia, and then at the end of the day, because the matter was on the media, then they lost interest. But this is the kind of legislation. So with the white paper, I think with the first safe country principle, it will assist us in a long run, not to attract more numbers and more backlogs going forward. And Honorable Jama also flagged on Ethiopians and Bangladesh. The statistics and the presentations, Honorable Jama, they do paint this picture, and it is indeed the situation that we are faced with. So in a nutshell, one will say that in the main, these are the people who come here to conduct business, because our asylum systems allows a Section 22 temporary permit holder to work, study, and to conduct business. The Somali Association had taken the department to court in 2018 at the time, where they challenged that they need to also be able to sustain themselves, because we don't have camps here, we integrate them into society. UNHCR does not have the capacities of supporting each and every individual asylum seeker or refugee that is protected in the Republic. So with this, we attract these economic migrants, those who are looking for greener pastures, and those who are here to conduct business by bypassing the immigration requirements of requiring that 5 million deposit for you to conduct business, because our Section 22 permits allows them also to conduct business. So this is the population that we know that they are here, they are spaza shop dwellers, and they are notorious also for marrying our South African sisters. The analysis trends, yes, we have, what we've put here is the analysis trend that we have submitted today, that these are the nationalities, these are the abuses, these are, and we all see a trend among Ethiopian, Bangladeshis, and Pakistanis. And then I also noted that what strategic policies are put in place. Maybe later, Mr. Madumisa from the department will come in and then to talk about this in terms of economic migrants and the white paper, what the white paper will resolve. And then I also noted the issue of, is it Ashebo implemented across? Maybe here I can also shed a light, and Mr. Madumisa will also come and finalize. Ashebo as it is now, we have sufficiently flagged that it is in the Constitutional Court currently, but then what the High Court in Cape Town refused to do was to extend the interdict. The interdict will mean that deportations, because the current issue at the Concord now is not saying that the issue of good cause is unconstitutional. It is how we apply the provision, and at the end of the day, the penalization. The penalization, whether these people must be penalized or whether these people must be deported. That is the part that the Scalabrini case seeks to address, to say that the Constitutional Court did not look at this. But then the good cause on its own, it is a provision of the Geneva Convention. It is in terms of Article 31 of the Geneva Convention. It is in place and it is not unconstitutional. But they feel that some of the provisions in the Act that talks to this Article 31, they are unconstitutional. So we are currently waiting for the judgment. It's sub judice, but on the ground, what the Western Cape did not want to enter the fray on is how, because they initially interdicted the department from deporting those who have failed good cause. But with the Western Cape refusing to extend the interdict, then it means it's business as usual. The department may proceed in the meantime to deport those who have failed the good cause. And then I'll go to Honorable Jama. The progress slow. Indeed, Honorable Jama, it looks as if the project is slow given the numbers, the huge numbers that we have. It looks like the work that we have already done is merely a work a drop in the ocean, but it is still hard progress that it is going on, given the complexities of refugee status adjudication, and as well as RASA. If we were if we were finalizing and adjudicating each and every appeal on paper, I think that would have been an easier part of us. But then the law allows other asylum seekers to also be heard. So our setup is that of a court setup. It's an adjudicator who serves as a judge, the appellant, an interpreter, and in other cases, some they are legally represented. They come here with lawyers and advocates. It's heads of arguments that are filed. So it is an entire court process that makes this process even longer. Hence, we are now came up with strategies in order to shorten this process. Also to do paper determination templates to shorten the time that members have to sit and finalize their decisions. Honorable Matopa flagged on the long-standing cases. What is the plan? And then the abuse process that I have flagged in the slide. Well, the long-standing, the plan with the long-standing cases, we have categorized this backlog into 3 categories. Is the heritage files, we have the mid-ranged, and then we have the current files. At this point, we are adjudicating on both because, as I say, the backlog with the backlog project, when we started, we struggled to locate appellants, and we depend on those who come in from various sources. We have appellants that come in through the South African Human Rights Commission. I have those that are referred by the public protector. There are those that come through via government operations, Operation Valumgoti, Operation New Broom, that they are sent to us. Immediately when they come in, we give them dates. So you can understand that of these 3 categories, I received appellants from the heritage files, from the mid-range, and from current categories. So in that order, we just put in on everyone and adjudicate on each of these categories as we go along. And
you must summarize, advocate.
Okay, no, that's fine. I think most of these issues will be addressed in when we meet face to face. And let me just quickly go to the yellow pie chart as raised by Advocate Matopa, that we have males and not females in our asylum systems. That is correct, and that is what is worrying across, to say that South Africa is attracting only male asylum seekers between the ages of 24 and 59. And I don't know if I've left anything out, but yeah, in a nutshell, this is the questions that were put before.
Okay, what we're going to do, Mr. Salmon, you'll compile all the outstanding issues that the advocate is supposed to respond, but given time, will advance all the issues that were raised by members, and in our next interaction, we'll deliberate with the committee. Can I now invite Mr. Madumisa?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and also thank you to the honorable members for the questions. Indeed, it's a long list of questions, Chair. Your wisdom of us coming back, I think, preempted that there will be. Now, I will just touch on those that I think are critical for now. The first one will be from Honorable Machi on the APP drop of 20% in our achievement on the new asylum applications. I think there are 2 issues. DG had touched on them. I will just emphasize. The first challenge was the system-related challenges, where we could not process the cases that have already come through the system because the system could not function at that time, and it then affected our performance. But the second thing, which was something that has not happened before, the process requires that where we encounter complex cases, then we should be able to go beyond the 30 days so that we don't rush the cases when there are issues to do and the matters to consult on. So we received the group of Palestinians that came through the chartered aircraft, and that was a big population of plus 200 cases. And therefore that affected our population because we needed to start consultation with the people that were coordinating the groups, consult with the UN agencies, come back and write a report for the minister. All that could not be done within 30 days, and then affected that where we could have recovered the target, we just could not recover it because of that, those two reasons. So it's something that it doesn't happen often. It happened for the first time, and we are now very much alive to such challenges, and we have changed our strategy to make sure that we overachieve, and but also we keep the system checked by IT. And the morning meeting that we had today also emphasized on that need that IT must always keep track on the capability of the system so that it doesn't affect the target. Now, the second issue I wanted to touch is on Honorable Bowman on the cross-checking. Indeed, we, as part of the digitization processes, we have managed to cross-check and found applicants that are both on asylum as well as the immigration permitting backlog, as well as applications that are open at permitting. Because this is the new finding and these numbers are big, for the appeal backlog alone, we found over 20,000 already. And I think the overall population is higher than that. And I don't want to give the figures because I don't have the exact total, because we're getting these numbers in batches. But it then prompted that we need then to start putting together teams from both the appeal side, the asylum seeker side, as well as permitting sides, because now these files are open before these three entities. And most instances in these 20,000 that we have identified, this is the same client that is waiting for appeal or is waiting for the SCRA review. He has also either applied for a waiver or is in possession of a PR or in possession of a temporary resident permit. Now, we need to then reconcile this file. We had managed to get around that. It took us longer. It needed a digitization of processes as well as some enhancements. We have that data together with the fingerprints. We can now positively identify the clients. We are starting to use it case by case, but it's going to require some dedicated capacity, some process, and that's work in progress. Then another issue that I thought is critical to reflect on, indeed, asylum seekers that have deceased, we do receive when they are either dependents or the next of kin come and inform the centers that there's such an incident. We then update the system accordingly. As part of the digitization roadmap of the department, we are automating this area so that the two systems where deaths are registered and where there are asylum seekers, the systems should be able to update without human interference. Now, then others I think Advocate has responded to. I will jump to Honorable Royce. And I think on our side, we do indicate that, except to say the matter is still subject to care. We will therefore take guidance from how the Constitutional Court responds on it. The timelines for appeals and reviews are there on the regulations. The total process should take us up to 180 days. Is the enforcement and also processes, and as Advocate had indicated, related to ensuring that what happens if the matter is not finalized within 180 days on both sides. If the fault was with the department, and how to ensure that it doesn't happen again in terms of capacity as well as corrective measures. But if the fault is with the client, how to activate other provisions to say we can't be delayed by the client. So those turnaround times are there. It's just a strengthening of our processes. Fast-track processing for those that we identify as not coming from rich-generating countries in terms of categorization. We are working with UNHCR here when we had agreed that this prioritization of fast-track processes should start at the level of the first instance adjudication. And as part of the search project, then we are expected to report on how we are moving on this one. So we're hoping to see progress in the near future. The tone, I think Advocate has responded to it, and the DM, I'm definitely sure that he's going to touch on it as the outcomes of the JCPS cluster meeting that took place yesterday in terms of the plans that are in place, and I don't want to maybe get into that, except to say we indeed put plans in place. Myself and Advocate and the chairperson of SCRA, should we, after this meeting, depart for Durban, connect with Cape Town later in the week or next week to see to it that there's some urgency in terms of how we respond to what is happening in the country, but also the cases that are before the department. Now, moving to the quality assurance at the first instance, indeed, there are quality assurance in terms of the supervisor that have been put in place in here. But over and above that, we do get some training from UNHCR to continue to improve in terms of the decision making and decision writing as well. We have met with the country head of the UNHCR to press upon her some of the issues that we require to continue to improve in this area. So there is that partnership with UNHCR in terms of training the officials, but also in terms of ensuring that quality assurance are doing their work. So in here, if we look at our decision around 2014, 2015, you will see that part of the judicial review was the quality of adjudication by the first instances. That has since changed, moving into 2018 up until now, that space is not much contested. There were two issues that were contested, that there's plagiarism in the space and the information might not even match the claim that is before the client, meaning that there was just copy and paste from another claim to this claim to get to a decision. But also there would have been issues of interpretation, that the interpreter did not interpret what I have said as an applicant. So those gaps were moved to close them, and there's less dispute in terms of the judicial review coming from those two areas in the first instance adjudication. The sudden change in numbers of clients that usually will go to Maravastat or Tswana Refugee Center, but now it opted for other offices. Usually when there's performance at the refugee center in Tswana, there's presence as well as in terms of when clients realize that decisions are not delayed as they usually are in the past, they then identify an office that has less capacity at the level of appeals and reviews, and therefore target that office as a preferred office.
Thanks, Vernon.
Mostly we realize that, or we've observed that it is not the outcome that is.
So there's going to be quite a significant change that's coming to the on the leisure side of distribution. So Lance has petitioned
decisions or outcomes at a faster rate.
I suppose you can call it like a complete overhaul of the leisure section. I think when he comes back from leave next week, we should be able to get a full presentation from him. There's going to be new cards, there's going to be new designs for Instagram, TikTok, and all these other social media platforms. So there's going to be quite a significant change. And one of the changes you're going to see is that the IOL lifestyle and entertainment pages are going to be rebranded to IOL lifestyle. Sorry, IOL leisure, or leisure by IOL. I think they're still talking about how to actually brand it. But that's going to be a big new development that's going to be coming possibly in the next week. So what you're going to also see happen is you're going to have just 3 pages to work on from next week. It's going to be the news page as the main page, as per usual. So there'll be no cards coming from news. The news card will remain the same. And then there's going to be IOL leisure. So what's basically going to happen with IOL leisure is it's basically going to become the new IOL hub for lifestyle, entertainment, food, travel, business, motoring. So all those sort of like lifestyle elements are going to all be housed under that one new
is not as effective.
Okay, so we'll call it. And then sports is going to sit outside of the leisure, so IOL sport will still be IOL sport. But I think in the coming months, there's possibly going to be changes in that respect as well. So those are the sort of like the biggest to look forward to from next week. I don't have the designs yet myself. I've only seen like a bit of a prototype that Lance briefly shared with us last week. But certainly from next week, when he does come back from his leave, we will have to be executing on those new cards and new treatments. I wanted to check in with you guys in terms of stories. I was a bit concerned yesterday when I saw that
I wish
there
to
was a bit of
submit with those. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
there's a bit of inconsistency about how we're applying the stories. But I spoke to Devada and Nolly about that, and I hope it's addressed now and it's not a problem going forward.
With the team,
are we all clear on the stories now? Devada, Nolly?
No, thank you,
Yes,
Chair,
Chair.
and thank you to the honourable members
Yes,
for
Chair.
the questions that have been raised.
Cool.
I suppose,
and then,
sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
I was going to raise this now while we're still talking about stories. I would say I understand that we have to do the stories and stuff, but it can be a bit difficult when we are doing it through Meta Business Suite, because I'm not sure if you've seen some of the ones that have been done previously, but a lot of the times the headline is falling on top of the picture, and it's very hard to navigate and how to actually
in detail
to position the sticker for the link, because from my side I'm not able to see where I'm positioning the link and things, and I'm not allowed. There's not a lot of movement that we're allowed to do in terms of the headline and stuff. So therefore, I'm actually using my phone and I'm posting on Instagram stories, and it's actually double backing onto the Facebook stories also, so they're getting shared on both platforms.
And it's working better, right, on the phone?
Yeah, because like I said, I'm able to actually have the flexibility now to put the headline above the picture. I can put the link at the sticker like at the bottom of the picture. It's not like crowding the pictures and stuff. So yeah.
Yes. No, that's good. Because I was going to say that because I quite remember Tracy.
Once it comes,
you're sort of like stressing that the phone is actually better in terms of Facebook stories than the computer. Because what I noticed when I posted on the computer for the Facebook stories, I had no control, like you were saying just now. I had no control about where the link is going to go. Because normally when I'm posting it to the stories, it's like a 30-second video clip.
Safe to say
and I know with you guys, most of the time it's not the video clip, it's pictures. But I think the same principle applies, in that you have limited control on the computer versus the phone, which is quite weird. But I suppose
similarly, if you look at Chair,
Meta set it up. So I would urge everybody to get the Meta Business Suite on your phone as well. Simply log in as normal, and you're able to double plug from your computer and on your phone as well. So that will work a bit better, because I did actually have a concern about, in terms of our links, that our links were looking quite haphazard in terms of our approach to them. So I think can we just try use our phones for that, and then just remember that the point of the stories is, inverted commas, to link dump, as Tracy referred to it. So we trying to get more eyeballs and more clicks using that Instagram portal and that Facebook stories portal to attract more people onto our website. Because before, obviously, the way we were sharing it is that we'd have the story, but the story would simply go back to the Facebook post, which actually doesn't do anybody any service, really. So which is why we've turned off the Facebook stories. So if ever you see it turned on again, please just turn it off, because that will then turn off on everybody else's Meta Business Suite, because it does have like a it remembers that you turned it off, and then so let's just keep it turned off, and then after each post you post your to the pages, Facebook, the usual stuff, and then you come back and you do the same thing on the stories as well. And then obviously over the coming weeks, we're going to monitor how much traffic we're getting from Instagram versus from before, because as you'll remember, when we were doing the numbers before, we're getting very little from Instagram. So from next week, I think we can then start tracking and seeing
Ross, you'll recall
how
that in the white
effective it
paper,
is in terms of
that's now
the
finalized.
story
It's part of the
dumping.
policy
And
document.
if it's
What is happening currently,
proving that
we're
it's not
having
effective,
discussions
then we can
with the Department
readapt
of
the
Justice
strategy.
and
Maybe we
Constitutional
don't post every
Development
single story.
to look at the
Maybe we
modalities
post 1 in
of
5.
how do we then
But first, we
set
just need
up
to
the
just do it
special
for a
courts,
bit,
including the costs
have a bit of a
that
data
are
pool and look at that and look at how it's
with that.
resonating with the people,
So that's work
and then we
that's
make the decisions
currently
from there.
underway.
But at this
And then you
point,
also asked
let's
the
just
issue
post as
around
much
the
as we
DG
can,
bill.
and then in
Safe to
the
say,
coming weeks
Honorable
we'll
Rose,
refine and
at the
re-strategize
beginning of
if we need to.
March, we have now
All right.
received
So,
some
but I just
conditional
need everybody to
approval
understand why
from
we do
National Treasury.
the
Of
story
course,
posting.
they've said it's based on
So yeah,
condition
it's
that we
effectively for
provide
that to get us more people
costed implementation plan,
to engage with
and
our
then issues
content. Yes,
around strengthened
Vernon,
reporting and
sorry.
oversight, and
Cool.
then the
So I just
alignment
want
with the
to
medium-term
check
expenditure
for now,
framework,
because I've been doing stories today as well. It was my first time.
that they've said to come back to
And
them.
so Devana
So
took me
further,
through
they've
it,
also
and
asked
I
us for a
completely
technical
concur
engagement
the issues
to
that she's
refine the
facing are also
fiscal
faced, but with a
architecture,
little bit of maneuverment, it's
including
been
how
okay.
do we then
Is
ensure
there a
sustainability
fixed and
and
fast
accountability
rule on,
outside
say for
of
instance, the headline is super
current
long,
bill?
can we
And they've
maybe,
listed a lot of
what I've
issues
been
that they
doing
want
is
us to
putting
look
the
at. Just by
tag
way
at
of
the top,
recap,
sorry,
you
the
will
link,
recall that some of
the
the
sticker
issues that
link.
were included
Is that
in the
okay?
bill include
Let me just
at
have
the
a look
request
quickly.
of this
Which page
committee,
would you post
how do we
I'm
get
doing
exempted from
entertainment,
the
sports,
State
leisure.
Information Technology
Okay, let me just check your
Agency
sport
Act of
quickly. Just one
1998 so that
second.
we're able to procure some of the
At the top of my head, I think it
services
would probably be
on
more
ourselves.
appropriate at the
This
bottom, but let's
committee
just
also
see.
directed us to seek exemption from the Government Immovable Asset Management Act 2007, in particular with
Okay,
regards to our infrastructure. So these are
yeah,
some of the
so you see
concerns that
here,
they've raised.
so I'm
And
looking at
we
this
have
one. The second
responded
store is not
in
built
detail
easily,
to
says
these
machine
issues.
integral.
So from
So the
Treasury, we
text
now
should
have that
ideally
conditional approval.
be on that
What is
grayed out part at
outstanding,
the top.
Honorable Ross,
Which one is this?
it's the presidency with regards to some functions
I see what you mean.
we will
Yeah.
want to
And then,
have.
so
And I suppose with regards to questions raised by Honorable Matopa, on the self-deportations, the stats
hang
were
on.
in the presentation is 140.
And then you see this one here about Mo
And
Salah.
then the others is 30,100.
This shouldn't be. Yeah.
Self-deportation might include someone
Okay,
who's
give me 1 second.
So you see, because this is this problem that Nolly and Devana were encountering yesterday, where if I click there, it's going to take me back to the post. We don't want to go back to the book. We want to go straight to the article. To go to the article, it needs to look like the one you've done with Mushin and Beetle.
To where they are supposed
Okay, let me give 1 second.
to go. And then
so we need to turn off stories on sports. I know I tried to do it yesterday, and
net joints and the prof joints
couldn't.
are currently attending to, including our colleagues that are going to be going there to process any of the outstanding claims, as indicated by the chair of the Refugee Appeals Authority, and the majority of those are with them. So they will be attending to that issue. And then I think there was also another issue around the revenue, which I think the CFO can attend to. Just to indicate, Chair, that the DM had requested me to tender an apology.
Yeah, I think this one I'll have to
so through
reach
you,
out
Chair,
to Tracy
if I can
and
ask the CFO and the CIO just to respond
find
to
a workaround, because the share
Thank you,
on that
DG.
page and then here it just doesn't show,
the question raised by Honourable Lewis.
which is then
DG,
causing
with your
you to
permission as well, I
double
think there was
post
also a question raised by Honourable Jama about data sovereignty and what we're
onto
doing
the
about that,
stories,
so I'd like to
which
briefly also respond to
is
that.
not really what we want.
Honourable Lewis, the solution that was in place
restricted.
to ingest data or to transfer data from VFS is twofold. First, it's the application process.
Yeah, so I'll just reach out to Tracy and try find a solution about this.
Ingestion of that data. So the previous process or
but
the
at the
issues that we
moment, the way
encountered
it's
was
doing it
because
is
it's a
not
step
really
process
ideal.
to transfer data from VFS into a
Cool,
secure
no problem.
FTP server where the data was then deposited. From there, it needed to then be pulled
Okay,
into
and then
the
another
VAS
thing
system,
that
and
I
that
wanted to
process
share
proved to become
was I think you would have noticed that
quite a number of
grouped
issues that we
everything
encountered,
together
even upgrading the server.
in terms of the templates.
Abandoned that
So if you go to
approach
projects,
and we developed a
and then
web
you go to
service
IO
which is currently
templates,
being
like
tested
everything that we work
by
with
VFS, and
is here.
our timeline to then go live with that
Everything we
is
need
the
is
10th
in
of
this
June. Now, what that
little
will imply is that as soon as an
environment over
application
here.
is finalized in VFS,
And
it is
then in
then
terms of
pushed
the
in
carousel
through the web
template, we
services
did a
directly
small
into
tweak
VAS, so there's no staged or staggered approach
in terms
anymore.
of, can
And
you
that
see
will then
that?
obviously streamline
So
the
before it
ingestion
was
of data
more like
pertaining to
this,
applications. The second aspect in terms of the biometric data
and then
is
we've
currently
just made it a
also
bit more
ingested into
square
HANA's. That process was completed, which
to
means that it will
accommodate
then beyond the
Instagram,
10th of June be
basically,
a fully
because basically
automated
what
process
happens is when it's
with
got its
no
wings out,
anticipated
sometimes
delays
the words
in
can
any
fade out
event
of the
for any
picture.
future application transfers.
So we've just boxed it in as a
To the
square
question
rather
raised
than
by
the
Honourable
rectangular
Jama,
shape that we had
Honourable
before.
Jama,
So it's just a
with
small
regards to
tweak to
data sovereignty, I can
the
confirm
carousel
that all
main
data and all
image
infrastructure is hosted
page,
in
but
the country.
pretty much everything else
Yes,
remains the same.
certainly the
in terms of
infrastructure that we hosted on
Could I get
is a
that link to the
cloud-type infrastructure.
templates that you
Doesn't mean
just
it
showed
sits in
us
the cloud.
before?
It is still
Just the
controlled by
URL,
the
so I have it
DHA.
and I'll save it.
We are now exploring, as I've
It's the
presented,
same one I
in the
shared
previous
last week.
portfolio committee
Oh, okay.
meeting,
Yeah,
how we
so
can
it's the exact
strengthen
same one.
the
So
controls
if you
around
just
our
press
data
home on
centers,
your
and we're working
Canva and
together
then you
with
go to
SARS
projects,
as well as with CETA in that regard.
right?
But ultimately,
And then you just
all
under
officials as
folders,
well as
IOL
non-officials who
templates.
we then contract through
Everything
service
is here.
provider
Everything is here.
processes
Okay,
are also then
wonderful.
vetted.
So it's
to
basically
ensure,
like a one-stop shop
we
for
then comply with all
everything
the
we need.
legislative
So
requirements.
and then
I
once the
can certainly
new
confirm that data remains within the
leisure
boundaries of
templates
the
and stuff
country.
are ready,
We've
I'll
also
make sure that
engaged
I
with
place
CETA.
From 2.5 to 2 billion is premised on the realization that our revenue streams are not producing as much as what we anticipated, Chair. So for verification services, we were expecting a lot more revenue to be generated. We are also planning to bring in the ETA processing fee, Chairperson, but we have now learned that introducing these new revenue streams take time to scale up, and it also is prone to litigation. So, Chair, the current contribution of smart ID cards reissues to the 2 billion rand revenue stream is about 420 million rands, or 20% of our revenue is generated by reissues. First-time issues are free, Chair, so that's free. Chairperson, the second question of the Honourable Roos deals with the inspections and deportations and the 76 million rand, where we exceeded the budget. So Chairperson, deportation is a legal imperative, and we will continue to deport as quickly as possible. Where budget is a consideration, we will reprioritize budget for that purpose. We will also strengthen, Chairperson, the returns agreements we have with our neighboring countries. In respect of some countries like Malawi, we now use buses where we previously used planes. It's a trip through Zimbabwe. So, Chairperson, those are initiatives where we try to limit the cost. We have also bought these prison trucks and buses specifically for deportation, Chair. So Chairperson, the expensive item under deportation is the chartered flights to countries such as Pakistan and Bangladesh. Chairperson, my last question is one from the Honourable Yama in respect of the 30% women-owned businesses target and what informed that target. Chairperson, that target was given to us by the Presidency. I can provide a detailed report, Chairperson, indicating the black women-owned entities involved in that process, as well as the provincial splits. So, Chairperson, that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. Did I get you correct on the target you were given from Presidency?
That's correct, Chair. Women, disabled, and children from that department. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Are we getting CFO correctly on the last answer?
Yes, it's a target that was set by the DPME and Department of Women, Children and People with Disabilities.
Okay.
We have actually gone beyond the target. Thank you.
Thank you very much, We'll stand off this item, and thanks for the presentation on quota performance. And as members of the committee agreed that we are going to reschedule this item and invite the team again, DG, to look on our program for this period. And it's an important area of conversation that we must firmly engage with the team, given the current challenges that are confronting South Africans. And we think that we must follow up on the major issues that we've raised. What we'll do, we'll drum up follow-up questions so that the team, when they come to the conversation, they are prepared more in terms of the responses that we think we need to engage with them. And I'm happy that they've already also raised concerns about our laws in terms of facilitating this area. It will be important that we then get engaged around that subject. And thanks, and other issues that we'll be following up in terms of the fourth quarter report, we'll also do the same DG, given the time that we are been allocated. I'm not sure if the minister is in the meeting for closing up so that we don't, because the DM is already out, but if it's not, can I establish DM if he has joined the meeting or not? Okay. It will appear that the minister has not yet joined the meeting. Thanks very much. We'll step off the meeting. DG will release you and your team, and then we'll deal with the last item. Oh, sorry, Honorable Jama, I see your hand.
Yes, yes, apologies, Chair. No, I just really wanted to register my disappointment and sort of concern around, I think it was mentioned that the minister didn't attend that ministerial meeting in Pretoria that was dealing particularly with migration. I think that was mentioned. I think that's concerning for the minister not to be there, and then also not to be here today, right? Given what's happening in the country currently around these issues, I fail to understand what would be more important for a Minister of Home Affairs. So I think those apologies, I think at some point must be reported to the committee to say this is why the minister wasn't there, so we could ascertain what other burning issue is there in the country currently that would necessitate a Minister of Home Affairs to not meet these two engagements. I think, yeah, that's all, Chair. Thanks.
No, I think it's a valid point, DG, for now that we're dealing with these complex issues and the absence of the minister. It was given a notice that he will join the meeting, and he has not joined the meeting, but also to further engage with the stakeholders around this subject matter. You could have noted that during our budget vote, I did alert the minister that in this interaction, in this budget vote, there's no mention about the current issues that we're grappling with. And I think it's an important take that collectively we managed to advance that space with all the stakeholders. Thanks very much. We'll take note of that. Let's end the item, and then we'll take 10 minutes on the other item. We'll release the team of the DG and all the members of Home Affairs. Can we now move to the second last item? We're not going to deal with the minutes given the time. We're supposed to receive a brief from Ms. Boshoff around the update on the study tour. She's going to meet with the COC, Chair of Chairs. They've started their meeting already. She has requested that Mr. Matonsi give us an update around that. Mr. Matonsi?
Okay, Chair. No, I will give an update. Okay, Chairperson and members, this is an update on the study tour. The purpose of the presentation is to provide an update on the proposed international study tours and also outline engagement with India, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, highlight constraints affecting implementation, and present recommendation for committee consideration. Then the background is that the committee previously explored the study tour to Brazil and India on electronic voting and electoral administration. Another proposed study tour was to Chirundu port of entry on the one-stop border post. And then the section manager reported on the India study tour and provided the timelines and engagement reports on the efforts undertaken by the committee administration since January for our internal study tour to India in April. Then the Indian Parliament at that time has indicated that it was preparing for the India-Africa Summit in May, therefore it was not possible to host the delegation in April. The Indian Parliament proposed that can host the delegation in June, mid-July 2026. Members expressed concern regarding the travel within 6 months of the local government election, which will now take place on the 4th of November. The chairperson, that's the chairperson of our committee, has engaged with the chairperson of the IEC about the India study tour before the end of June. The chairperson of the Electoral Commission of India indicated the willingness to facilitate with the Speaker of the Indian Parliament. On the issue of the Zambia, Zimbabwe, Chirundu port of entry, was that the committee has also decided to undertake a study tour to Chirundu port of entry between Zambia and Zimbabwe for 14 to 20 June on the one-stop border post concept. The committee support staff engaged with the South African Embassy in Zambia and were informed that the Zambian Parliament will rise on 30 April 2026 for the general election that will take place on 13 August 2026. The committee staff also engaged with the SA Embassy in Zimbabwe for the days of the 14th to 20 June. And then the Zimbabwean Parliament agreed on the proposed dates. However, the committee indicated that will not be feasible that week because of the voter registration weekend on 20 and 21 June. There was a proposal of 28 June to 4 July. The Zimbabwean Parliament has now proposed dates of 26 July to 1 August or any other days after July 2026. During the month of June and July, the Zimbabwean Parliament will be engaged in other prior engagements. So the key concern was that was the issue of the parliamentary program and budget votes. We could not do anything prior to June. Then also there's the issue of the voter registration, which is going to take place as indicated, election-related activities, and the travel restriction within 6 months of the local government elections. And also that in order to prepare for the international trip, the committee staff will require ideally about 3 months to ensure that all the proper processes are followed. Then there's a need for committee approval before engaging external stakeholders on travel arrangements, alignment with the House Chairperson guidance and parliamentary processes, confirmation of availability by committee members. And then there are options here, two options for committee consideration. Option 1 to pursue is India as a preferred destination subject to committee resolution timelines and approvals. And then option 2 to proceed with Zimbabwe or Zambia to Chirundu port of entry subject to committee resolution timelines and approval. And also there's a proposal because Zimbabwe as well is not available until August, from the month of August. And then also India is not going to be available until the mid-July. So there's a proposal that we defer the benchmarking either to India or Chirundu to 2027. And then it is worth noting that more than one study tour per committee per term may not be politically approved. So in other words, if we decide to go to India, there are chances that if we also try to do Zimbabwe after the India trip, then the Zimbabwe trip might not be approved, because in a term probably they normally approve one international trip. Then the way forward, committee to confirm the preferred destination based on the option 1 and 2, committee to agree on feasible travel dates, and then the chairperson to engage the House chairperson regarding the preferred option, and then administrator to prepare formal application once the committee decisions are finalized and the House chairperson has been engaged by the chairperson. Then that's conclusion. International benchmarking remains viable for committee oversight. Current operational and electoral constraints require careful planning. A clear committee resolution is required to enable effective implementation. That's all, chairperson, the presentation.
Members, this is your presentation. The presentation has already put a disclaimer that the trip needs 3 months to be prepared. Can I get comments? Honorable Jama, I see your hand.
Thanks, Chair. I think I won't labor at, we've labored a lot around this issue. I think I want to premise my input by saying the study tours are not vacations, right? They are there because we need that experience and that expertise so that we're able to gain knowledge, so that we're able to function correctly as parliamentarians. So when we don't have these trips, it means that we can't perform our functions. We don't have enough knowledge to be able to be functional as MPs. So I think that's my first point. But I think, Chair, my suggestion would be that I think this should be handled at the level of MANCO. And then maybe if we can rope in the International Relations Department to also just assist us. Because I think if we leave it as it is, we're going to have further disappointments. So I think from my side, I'd say let's escalate this to MANCO, for MANCO to deal with this, rope in international relations so that we're able to get some of these tours to better capacitate this committee. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Jama. Honorable Martin.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm of the view that when we were supposed to take this study tour, while the Brazil was the main one, I think it was last year, if my memory serves me well. I was thinking that if we're going to Brazil, there were things that we were going to learn there, and we come back and we act accordingly, so then we can change our South Africans or our South Africa to be not far from other international countries. And the India was mentioned, and also with the India, I was happy because there are things that are the way they are being done in India. So now, if we are now talking about the Zimbabwe, it seems as if we are just desperate of moving around. So talking about the Zimbabwe and what else is, I don't see now the other place that was also mentioned. I will rather agree to defer this international study tour for next year. But those who are preparing for us should be serious. They are not serious. You can't fail to prepare for a Brazil and fail to prepare for an India. That means they are starting late. If they can start now in preparation for our study tour early next year or in the mid of the year, I think we can make it. But for Zimbabwe and those things, I know are just lowering the standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Machi. Honorable Ruas.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, from the DA point of view, the 23rd of June to the 5th of July is the only possible dates for us for the rest of this year. But I think also the electoral trip is particularly important and it's been highlighted before here by Honorable Jama as well, that it's absolutely critical that we go on such a study tour to understand the implementation of electronic voting in a country with similar dynamics to ourselves and what the practical issues are. How does it work on the ground? How does it work in remote areas from a practical point of view? It's an absolutely key study tour, Chair. And so I should go with the proposal that we try and do that after the elections. It's just too close to the election now to try and arrange these things unless we have it in that week, but that would have been a smaller one. Chair, the issue is raised of only having one study tour in a term. This committee, I don't think it's had a study tour since 2014. There's been multiple terms that this committee doesn't have a study tour, and we deal with complex and technical issues. And I think it's something that needs to be addressed, Chair, that we're not like other committees that regularly go on study tours. It's been a long time since this committee's gone on a study tour. So I do hope that we're not going to be restricted now, because the one-stop border post is also a very important issue in terms of understanding all the dynamics around it. It's another very technical environment. But yeah, I don't see that we would be able to have any study tour before the elections. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I see your hand, Honorable Jama. Oh, it's a legacy
Sorry,
hand.
Chair. It's a legacy hand. Sorry, Chair.
No, thanks. I think what we'll do, and all your recommendations are noted, we'll, unfortunately, Ms. Boshoff is not in the meeting. We'll convene MENCO, and part of the items will be on this matter. And then we'll also invite, and I hear you, Honorable Jama and Honorable Machi, the international relation team that assists with travel to facilitate this study tour, whether now or later. But given the urgency of the areas we ought to deal with, we can leave it at that point, and then we'll await, we'll subject the matter to MENCO with Ms. Boshoff and the team.
Nkosi isn't here. He has submitted.
Yeah, Honorable Maji. Thank you. Members, I wanted to propose that we defer the minutes to a next meeting that we're supposed to consider. Is there any other matter, Mr. Matonsa?
Oh, there's no other matter. It's just only one set of minutes, Chairperson. I know you want to defer it. Just only one set. We can defer it.
Okay, thank you. Can you update us on the process for next week meeting? If we have managed to get the cross-border transport agency, the counter-corruption unit, and the BMA?
Yes, Chairperson, I have written the letter through via the Minister to the BMA for them to come and brief us on their operations, the outcome report of the Easter operations, and then also the Department's counter-corruption unit on the TNR, and then and also I've also requested the BMA also to facilitate the attendance of the cross-border as well. So all is in order for next week. Except that I did receive an email from this morning from the chairperson of the transport committee, the committee secretary there, that they are saying they have got a long-standing agenda item on the BRT for next week. So they were suggesting probably a meeting after the NA sitting next week. That's the email that I received. I have not yet sent it over to you, Chair.
Okay, what we need, given the challenges we're facing, you must write a formal letter to the cross-border road agency for a meeting and outline what the committee requires them to interface with the committee. I don't know how the BMA can facilitate our meeting. It's not the BMA's meeting. It's a meeting convened by us, and institutions must be written directly, the meeting. So if you can assist us on that front, and it's what we have requested in the last past weeks.
Okay, I will do that, Chair. No problem.
Thank you, members. Thanks very much for the engagement on this, all the reports and decisions that we have taken. Next week, we're meeting with the BMA and the Counter-Corruption Unit, the cross-border agency. We have observed a terrible state in our roads in terms of these buses that are transitioning, and the BMA is not responsible around that area, but also the issues that are happening at the Bed Bridge, which we suspect there might be collusion or corrupt activities that process these unroadworthy buses. So as it stands, we will request that the cross-border team be present in the meeting so that we interface collectively with all the stakeholders around the subject matters that are being raised. The SIU report and the counter-corruption unit raised the issue of the e-hailing. You recall, as we were discussing the SIU interim report. So that's another issue that we need to interface with this cross-border agents. Thanks very much, and the meeting stand adjourned.
Chairperson, thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Chair.